Gaming news today is all about important updates. First, Bungie dropped a new video about Marathon, and the response continues to be that things are looking better. The challenge, however, is will this be enough for people to notice or pay attention? I'm going to watch and react to the video with you guys today. I've not pre-watched it. I like to do raw reactions with you, especially when it pertains to things like this, so look for the timestamp below if you want to see what I thought. Second, I avoided covering the Steam Machine price leak from the one website because something about it just didn't feel right. Well, I'm glad that I did because as the dust has settled, it's been pretty soundly debunked. Now, that does not mean the Steam Machine price is not going to be in the higher range compared to console pricing, but I've got a great video about the topic to react to that I think will help clear the air for everyone. Again, look for a timestamp below if you want to see that segment. Third, Crimson Desert has continued to be impressive when you look at it, but also looks too good to be true. Claims continue to come out that the engine is why they're capable of doing these sorts of things. Well, I've got a clip from Digital Foundry and the boys over there who did get to see the game up close, and they share their own thoughts about the game performance and the custom engine that they are using. Now, they did see it running on a strong PC. I am still curious what performance is going to look like on a console, given the lighting, the fidelity, the NPC and enemy density that we have seen in the game up to now. Lastly, I'm going to give you my first impressions of the Resident Evil 9 showcase right here at the beginning. We did watch that yesterday, and we got to see a lot of new footage. Now, if you're watching this later, remember, one of the ways that I'm able to do this is because we have members. And if you've never done a membership on YouTube before, consider trying it out for a month. Hit join. Once you're a member, you can get into the Discord and become a part of the community, as well as Friday night streams where my wife reacts to gaming news. And that is a great thing to hang out with the community and do. Now, if you can't do a membership, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, be here as often as you can. You might get one gifted to you. We do appreciate you guys so much. That like button and that subscribe button are more important than you probably know. So we're going to open with the Resident Evil sort of thoughts here because I really have some things to say about this. Longtime Resident Evil fans are probably not going to agree with my opinion on Resident Evil games, and that's okay, because I think Resident Evil 9 is going to offer the best of both worlds, and I want to explain why. Now, I'm a very late arrival to the franchise since Resident Evil 7 was my first RE game. It also happens to be my favorite of the ones that I have played. Now, that is gonna, I think, affect how I see Resident Evil 9 as well as the latest gameplay. I have to admit, and please don't hate me for saying this, Resident Evil fans, I did not enjoy the Resident Evil 4 remake. I had a good time with Resident Evil 2 remake, and the RE8 game I thought was fine, not as good and enjoyable as RE7. So when I looked at the latest Resident Evil 9 gameplay of both Grace and Leon, I definitely have some thoughts. So let me just give you my thoughts on Grace first. Now, this was obviously some of the earliest footage and the impressions that we got of the game, and that excited me. It looked and felt an awful lot like Resident Evil 7, a terrifying game where you have to use your wits and your equipment to navigate the environment and the horrifying creatures that are trying to kill you. Resident Evil 7 kept me gripped from the beginning all the way to the end. I was very excited for Resident Evil 9 to give me another experience like that. And the latest Grace gameplay really does look incredible. It's haunting, it's disturbing, but I also like how they showed you how you can observe the zombies and the infected and see them sort of retaining some of their human qualities and their past lives. That information apparently is going to help you navigate around them. But they said that the tension and the more terrifying atmosphere from Grace's gameplay is meant to make Leon feel like sort of a sense of catharsis. You can finally take the pain to the zombies with kicks and slashes and powerful weapons. So when I heard we were playing as both Grace and Leon, I was a little concerned. I didn't want that cramped, tight, almost, I described it as a straitjacket feel to the combat feeling when I played the RE4 remake. It just didn't click with me. I wasn't critical. I didn't say it was bad. To many Resident Evil fans, not liking that game is sacrilege, but I like what I like. However, the latest Leon gameplay I think is undeniable. It doesn't just look satisfying and solid and enjoyable, it looks cool. Like, he looks like he's going to be really fun to play as. They seem to have really equipped the player with good methods of crowd control, damage mitigation, things like that. It doesn't seem like you're just going to get overwhelmed with 20-something zombies in a big, huge open area. The setting that they have you in many of the scenes they've shown feels more adjacent to the size and the setting of Resident Evil 7. Instead of, here's 20 zombies, you better run away, kite them, and slowly kill your way through them. It feels more tactical, more thoughtful, but also a good injection of feeling powerful as well. So my concerns about Resident Evil 9 have subsided quite a bit just from the showcase yesterday. The graphics, the performance, the world, the tone, everything I think looks absolutely stellar. And this is the thing I think they're shooting for. They really want to combine the best of both worlds, which is what I ultimately think they're achieving here. That sort of creepy, crawling through the dark, not wanting to be seen feeling from Resident Evil 7, as well as just feeling like you're sort of running low on resources, as well as that empowered feeling that you're strong, you've got weapons, you've got the ability to fight back. That is sort of what I feel like they're blending with this game. You have the haunting, scary, and emotionally gripping aspect of Grace's gameplay combined with the empowered action and combat-focused gameplay of Leon. Now, if they nail this, I honestly think they have, based on what we've seen. I think this is a clear contender for Game of the Year in 2026. It'll be one of the games people are talking about when the nominations roll around. Resident Evil is a very, very long-standing and favorite franchise, and it looks like they're taking lessons from two of their more popular types and approaches to the game. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below, or make sure and swing by a live stream to discuss it with me. Discuss it with me anyway. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you guys for already getting started on the goal. I believe I have fixed the problem I was having with it. We've got a lot to look at and a lot to discuss today. I know people wanted my thoughts on Bungie Marathon, but I did want to get my thoughts down and even recorded about Resident Evil, but I have fixed the situation with the goal. It shouldn't be messing up when I switch scenes now. I've got it. I tested it this morning. I don't have to keep reloading it and doing different things. And we're already getting started. So thank you guys so much. Those of you over on YouTube already kind of cracking off. Joker Quinn, Han shot first, and so did you with the first gifted member of the day, getting us to 318. But then Haseo right behind you with the 5-bomb gets us to 323. We are now 2 away from the first milestone of the day. Every 25, I gift one back, and whoever hits it gets it. Whichever platform manages to hit that will get the gifted member. If you guys are watching on YouTube, do the ritual of hitting that like button. It does help us get started. Netflix co-CEO now says that they will keep 45-day theatrical window. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. Always good to see Discord contributing to the conversation. Appreciate that. Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. There's a lot of stuff going on and a lot of videos to react to and a lot of things to look at. I'm most interested in, I haven't watched it yet, I'm most interested in taking a look at what the boys have to say about Crimson Desert, because I've kind of had my suspicions. I've had my suspicions that it's going to go through some graphical degradation or even kind of struggle with performance at launch on console. It's looking like you're going to need a fairly beefy PC to run it, and we'll see what the boys have to say over there at Digital Foundry. You must not like Village. I liked Village fine. I didn't like it as much as Resident Evil 7. Ward Huff with the gifted member. Let me add that to the total. And then a member plus from Brett. Happy Friday, Lono and chat. Super excited for RE Requiem. And there it is. 325 on the day. Thank you, boys, so much for doing that. Let me go ahead and add that to the total, as well as get you guys the member that I owe you. Capcom already tried the multiple playstyles with RE6, and tons of people disliked it. Yeah, to me, it looks like the best of both worlds. Like, I feel like they're managing to pull it off with respect to, you're going to have the person that's a little less empowered. You're going to have the person that's not quite as ready, to go to fight, right? She's going to have to kind of sneak a lot of the times, and if she fights back, it's going to be more limited. But then also, if it's time to fight, you can fight. You can. That's what they said. He's supposed to feel like a catharsis. 3 years, holy crap, 36 months. Thank you so much, Brett. Let me add you to the total, and that pushes us past where we just were. 25 more likes on the video, guys. Make sure you're doing that as soon as you come in. I think that they're pulling it off. The question's going to be, I saw some commentary where people are like, well, you know, is it going to be so much more enjoyable to play as Leon that you're going to not want to really play as Grace? Like, I saw that kind of commentary cropping up. Like, man, oh man, he looks so fun. He looks like he's going to be such a blast to play as. Is anybody going to want to play as Grace? I think that's a fair concern. You know, I obviously ran into a completely different game. They're not even close to each other or related at all. But I ran into that issue in Assassin's Creed Shadows. It was like, yeah, this is this is not fun to play as this character. I really would prefer to play as this character. And once you get that preference and once you kind of get the skill tree going, it can be really, really hard to change course. So hopefully they nail it, but I suspect people will hate going back to Grace after playing Leon. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying that. They're like, I don't know if I'm going to want to play, you know, as her. Just passing by to see what the gaming news is. What's good, Greg? A lot going on. There was a brand new Bungie Marathon trailer video we're going to look at. I haven't watched it yet. I have no idea what's in it. My main issue with Marathon is not that they can't make it look better. Nobody's paying attention, I think, is going to be the biggest problem. You know, their initial reception got seen by so many people, and they wrote the game off. And now they're turning the ship around, but the videos that are showcasing the improvements are getting seen by such a small fraction of the people. No, Marathon was not canceled. They never even hinted at that. They delayed it, but they didn't cancel it. So, like, that's my main issue, is if you're going to try to change the public's opinion on Marathon, I think the issue is they've already looked away. It's like repairing a building downtown in a part of town that nobody's visiting anymore, right? It got too run down. There were no shops. You know, maybe it was a little dangerous to go there. And then you're like, well, we're going to make sure this building is really, really nice and fix it up. And it looks fantastic. And everyone's, you know, that's paying attention is like, oh, wow, what an improvement. But the vast majority of people just are not paying attention anymore. They actually grabbed my attention with the last video. TM Monica says, I've lost all interest in Marathon after watching that runner video. What made you lose interest? If the cheating problem in Arc Raiders isn't resolved, all the big streamers will be eager to try Marathon and will get a lot of eyes on it. That is a double-edged blade, I will say. The double-edged blade of a bunch of people who have been streaming Arc Raiders suddenly going and streaming Marathon, that could help or it could really, really hurt. Because all you need is a couple of big streamers not having a good time, or they're bored, or the audience is bored, and that can really turn the public on the game even faster. Because Arc Raiders offers something I think that the streamers have really clung to, which is narrative, which is chaos, excitement, randomness. Like, it's very emergent. I haven't seen anything from Marathon that looks like it's going to deliver that. I just don't. I don't see that. Yo, Alex with 10 months over there on Purple. Thank you so much. Getting us to 327 on the week. Madam, tonight for video game news reactions is a bit of a ways away, but you guys have had big Fridays before. You trust Bungie with keeping out cheaters. Yeah, and I also don't know if Bungie has a track record of keeping the cheaters out, right? Now, maybe what he's saying here is that at least initially, there won't be tons of cheaters. So initially, those streamers switching, right, could help the game. It's our 10-month, you going to buy me dinner? I'm afraid I can't right now. Sorry. If you guys are watching on YouTube, take a quick second, man. Hit that thumbs up button. We greatly appreciate it. I hate the gunplay of Arc Raiders, but love everything else with it. Yeah, the gunplay is certainly something that people have been critical of. It's not the best, and hit detection is not the best either. Marathon has done nothing to get my attention. Lona, ever since you said Marathon will feel like you're playing matches instead of diving into a world, that's a huge difference in feel, and I agree. I think that's going to be one of the reasons that streamers I think they're going to become tepid to it very quickly. Haseo with a gifted member over here on YouTube and gets a line to 328. Thank you so much, Haseo. I'm not saying it'll increase the chance of success of Marathon, but it will at least get eyes on it. No, for sure, Milton. I know where you're coming from. That's why I said it's a double-edged blade. if a bunch of streamers jump in and they have a blast for that first week, a bunch of people will say, hey, I'll try it out. Haseo gifts another one. I know what Haseo's doing. He's taking a page out of Stone Spire's book. He's hoping to bait somebody to drop a 20 bomb. And I appreciate that, Haseo. That's very generous of you to gift members and poke the line like that, trying to get somebody to drop the big one. I'm starting to see more hype for Marathon, and it feels manufactured. Something feels off. Haseo with another one. He gets us to 330. Ashen, I'm just going to say the obvious, okay? I'm just going to say the obvious. If you're in good with Bungie, you're going to do everything you can to keep that bridge built. Because if this game launches and it's bad and it crashes and it burns, it's very easy for you to be like, you know what, boys? It looked promising, but it didn't make it. I think that's what a lot of people can kind of fall back on. Alex, thanks so much for gifting a member over there on Purple. Excuse me, getting us to 331. And a VIP from Fuzzy. Happy 10 days to High Guard Day. There it is. 10 days to High Guard. We're at 332. Thank you. You're not going to burn a bridge with Bungie, and Joker Quinn with the gifted as well gets us to 333. You're not going to burn a bridge with Bungie when the game's not out yet. That's probably the logic that a lot of these creators are taking. It's like, listen, I'm not going to burn the bridge with Bungie. The game's not out yet. Maybe it's fun. Maybe you make content with it for a week, give people some guides, walk them through how to do things. You know, you get some decent viewership from the community that's interested. You get some decent viewership from the Destiny fans and the Destiny Bungie loyal that are looking to some of these creators to break the game down. If this game crashes and burns, a lot of these people will be like, yeah, man, I thought it looked promising. My bad. So when you say it feels manufactured, I think what you're dealing with is again, you're dealing with that element of access. When you have access to a developer, you're not going to burn that bridge unless you really feel like it's necessary. Like if they went out to play tests or they got invited to something and it was a pile of crap and it was glitchy and it was buggy and it was running like trash, they'd probably be like, yeah, this thing's got a long way to go. I'm going to be honest with you boys. But when all we're getting are videos to kind of react to, I think they're just going to trend in the optimistic route. They're going to lean on optimism to say, yeah, I mean, it looks better. It's improved. They're listening, blah, blah, blah. Like all of the typical kind of like, Bungie talking points. Did you have a chance to see the cross reaction to the Marathon vid? I saw his thumbnail. I didn't get a chance to watch his reaction. It was like they needed this or something. He seems to think that they did the right things based on thumbnail. I'm assuming that's what his kind of take is, that they've done what needed to be done, at least to kind of give the game a chance. It was like a 19-minute vid. I didn't have a chance to watch it. A lot of positivity on Reddit. Let me walk you through why I don't think it's going to work. Okay. Number one, I don't think the game itself offers anything with staying power. I think its biggest flaw is that it doesn't have staying power. Let me show you the other problem with what has happened to Marathon. Okay. Let's just walk through something on their own YouTube channel. Okay. Their announcement trailer has 22 million views. That view is heavily inflated. They had it embedded somewhere. We looked into that. Something weird happened. The like ratio and comment ratio is not there for a 22 million viewed video. But viewership was still pretty high on the announcement, okay? The developer update didn't do so hot. Not surprising. It's just him talking. All right, save the date trailer comes out. All right, then they finally reveal gameplay. Gameplay reveal trailer over 1 million views, and then the overview trailer basically 1 million views. All right. Completely, this is when they basically lost the public's interest. Public interest just plummets after this. They have the alpha, and they have people playing and streaming. Interest dies very quickly. The cinematic did very well, 2 million. Now's the most important part. Okay, 8 months ago, 1 month ago, 22 hours ago. Okay. The vid doc itself doesn't even have 500,000 views yet. So if you're going to change people's minds, I think the problem now is reach. They don't have reach. Like they're not going to be able to get in front of enough people to turn the tide on public opinion. Like once public opinion moves on from you, like if you look at like what happened to High Guard, those initial trailers have like high views and the dislike ratio is terrible. Every other video after that, when people were like upgrading the High Guard trailer, viewership's terrible because people will just move on. They're like, yeah, it looks like crap, we're moving on. I think that's one of its biggest challenges. Number one, I don't think it has legs. I think they've built a game that will have very, very poor re-engagement. It doesn't look like a game that people are going to come back in large quantities. I think hardcore folks will come back because there's like raid elements and grind and things you're going to have to do. I think your average player is going to move on very quickly. I also don't think they're getting the attention of enough people to turn public opinion. Like viewership and interest on their videos has just gone down. That's not the be-all, end-all. I'm not saying, oh, well, viewership on a YouTube video is determinative, but I'm like, listen, all the years I've done this, if the public decides you're a piece of garbage, it's really hard to change public opinion. Games that get that stink on them, I mean, it's almost impossible to get it off. And in the games that have pulled it off, it's taken years of work, whether you're Hello Games with No Man's Sky or CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk. Have you played any of the playtests? No, I'm talking about public response more than my opinion about if I'm going to play the game or not. I'm not interested in the game almost at all. Bumble Pants with 40 months. They're going to add the Galahorn or other popular Destiny crossover weapons 3 months in to rejuvenate the player base. Let me go ahead and add that to the total. Thank you so much. 334 on the week. As someone who didn't care for Marathon, played the closed beta, I can confidently say if people play it and get in the game, it'll be successful because the game is actually fun. Here's the problem, Brett. I don't think I've ever questioned if it could be fun or not. That's not the question. I've consistently talked about Hogwarts beat the odds. What are you talking about? There was no stink on Hogwarts. There was a pathetic cancel brigade by a dying breed of virtue signalers. The game itself was never hated on. That was not at all the same as this. Viewership and excitement and pre-orders for Hogwarts were high from moment one. It was never facing. Thank you, Haseo, for another gifted member, getting this at 335. This man wants a 350 on the board. He's asking for 5 bombs now. I love it, Haseo. You're the man. Brett, my issue is not fun. I've never said won't be fun. Won't be fun. It's going to suck. It's that we said it looked derivative. We said it looked like Apex with loot. I've had criticisms of the art direction and the UI and stuff because I think some of it's like really unappealing to look at. I've continued to say it doesn't have legs. Who's going to re-engage with this long term? It doesn't look like that kind of game. It looks like you're going into matches. It looks PvP heavy. I think that's going to kill re-engagement patterns. I really do. If that trash Arc Raiders could succeed, this could. I mean, your opinion of Arc Raiders being trash is fine. I mean, that's your own opinion. I don't see a reason to think that these games are adjacent enough to each other that, like, Arc Raiders' ability to succeed has anything to do with Marathon. I also think you need to look at what the player base in Arc Raiders is saying. I also think you need to look at, like, why people are continuing to engage with Arc Raiders. They're not engaging with Arc Raiders for PvP. I got news for you. If the numbers ever come out, Arc Raiders is going to prove me right on this. I'm telling you, the majority of that player base is PvE. They're grinding, they're being friendly, they're taking down Arc, they're getting loot, they're working on their skill trees. I'm here to tell you, that is why Arc has such good re-engagement. Arc built a PvE game first, and then they tossed in PvP for tension and intrigue and excitement, which obviously gave streamers a great playground. And Winged Wheel drops a 5 bomb. He's trying to help out Haseo get his wish. We're now 10 away from the next milestone. We'll see if anybody snipes it and steals it. So, like, Arc Raiders has that thing that I kept saying, man, an extraction shooter's really going to struggle if you're constantly being disrupted, if you're constantly having your stuff stolen from you, but their aggression-based matchmaking and the depth of PvE grind, that's why Arc Raiders has such great re-engagement. Arc Raiders does not have good re-engagement because of the PvP. Ask anybody that's PvP focused. Ask anybody who's playing that game PvP. They will tell you it's not really built for that. It's not built with hit registration and movement and target acquisition. It's not built for that. It's not what their primary concern was when they built the game. I'm telling you, the trend in that game is absolutely trending towards PvE. That's what's going to make Marathon a hard sell, because it seems like it's just a PvP game with loot, which is fine. I think they've been thoughtful about, like, oh, we're going to have grind and like aspirational content and things that you can't go do until you're certain levels or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's all fine and well and good. That's very Destiny adjacent, but I don't think that's going to win most folks over. If we know anything about aspirational content in Destiny, it's that a very small percentage of people engage with it. Marathon's getting comments saying, I don't want to pay $40 for this to shut down. Right, they responded to that. They said they've got a roadmap, like basically saying, yeah, we're not going to shut this down. They're trying to give people the assurances that, like, you can spend $40, it's not going to be shut down in a month. That's another thing. Granted, Twitter algo, but I'm seeing so many people trash Ark for that and how they can't wait to jump into Marathon and stomp. There you go. There you go. What's the comment section look like? Comment section on the newest video, Developer Insights. Thief getting a better grapple, the more of a loot pinata they become is amazing. Make Rook's voice modular, part of the proc, so you can have the money. Do it. It's insane how much better this looks. Bless those Rooks. They look like a nice little loot goblin. I'm far more confident in Marathon than I was months ago. The fact that they renamed the frames to more structured names gives me hope of customization. I'll tell you something. This doesn't surprise me at all. These are the people that are still interested in it. The video is a day old. It has 100,000 views. The people that are jumping on this thing as soon as it comes out, they're the ones that are invested. They're the ones that are interested. They're the ones that are going to be, I think, quick to point out, hey, it looks better. As I said in my show open, the consensus continues to be, yeah, it looks better. It looks better. But I'm here to tell you, it's not about whether or not it looks better, and it's not about whether or not it's fun. A game like this needs re-engagement. And I don't think Bungie has built a game that will be able to get good re-engagement. I don't. Listen, if there's evidence that they don't know what they're doing, it was clear last year. I don't think a year's time is enough for them to suddenly figure it out. I just don't. I mean, they're listening, they're adding feedback. That's all well and good. They get credit for that. I'm telling you, re-engagement's always a challenge with these games. It's a challenge for games that are meteoric. Marvel Rivals re-engagement is way lower than it was. The gameplay is technically better than Ark, but it's the community that make Ark better, says Gray Gang. Ark Raiders are for casual. Okay. Lona, do you think you would have still moved away from Destiny even if what happened never happened with the ban and whatnot? I mean, I would have seen the writing on the wall and started diversifying. That's why we had multiple channels, Berto. I had this channel that we're on right now, literally, so I had to place a place to like play in and invest in and cover other games. Like, we were 100% diversifying and sort of making plans to be ready if the time came to be like, hey, I do more than cover Destiny. We were going to basically try and grow an audience of people that, weren't necessarily looking for just that. Okay. No. Marathon lore is actually good. Marathon lore can be good. The issue, again, I don't necessarily think the issue is, can Bungie make a game look better? Yes, of course they can. Can they make a game that feels fun to play? Oh yeah, sure. I have zero doubts about that. They have the ability to make a game that looks better, runs better, feels better. That's all. That's fine. Re-engagement doesn't come from that. Like, go back in time and think about the new car smell and how excited and how everybody was talking about just how great Splitgate 1 was. And guess what happened? Their re-engagement was terrible. Everybody fell off. Completely different game. I'm just giving you an example of a game where all those early statements were, this is great, this is fun, this is awesome, I'm loving this, and then re-engagement just falls. Okay? And if you look at games like, X Defiant, similar problem. Everybody's talking about how great it is. Everybody's talking about how awesome it is. Re-engagement falls, and then they're in trouble. Even something as popular as Marvel Rivals, eventually re-engagement falls off. I look at Marathon and I think your biggest challenge is a month from now, right? Well, let's say it's released. I'm not saying a month from now. Let's say it comes out. 4 weeks later, I feel like people are just going to have moved on. I don't see anything with staying power or re-engagement patterns. It just looks like a match where you go in, you shoot, you loot, you get out. And I think that loop will drive people away so quickly. It's going to be so PvP focused that I don't think people are going to stick around for long. I also think the environments look mega repetitive. I think there's something more living about Arc Raiders. It doesn't feel like a map that like you go into. It feels like a world, and I think that adds to the feel that like every time you go in, it's a little different. And when I've seen footage of Marathon, I feel like, yeah, you're just going into a map. Yeah, that location, you go there, go inside, open the door, pick up the stuff. Like, I think that's going to work against it as well, is it doesn't feel alive. It feels like a static map. So essentially an arena shooter. I'm telling you, there's just, I don't know. And I know many people jump in the comments. They're dismissive of what I say because they think this is all like, because I'm like anti-Bungie. I've spent a pretty significant amount of time defending Bungie over the years for what I think that they're good at. I think they understand a lot about live service. I think they understand a lot about what it takes to be successful in a live service. I think they understand how to make loot tables, and they're really good in PvE environments, and dungeons and raids are some of the best PvE content that has ever been made, okay? I don't think this is an area where they know what they're doing all that well. Why does everything he's saying pertain to Ark? Well, why would it not? So a really, really popular extraction shooter comes into the market, takes over. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's streaming it. You don't think anybody's going to compare it? You don't think people are going to make comparisons? Would you have had the same reaction when Fortnite was huge and banging and awesome and everyone's talking about it? Whenever a new Battle Royale came out, did you get frustrated if people brought up Fortnite? Was that like weird to you? You're like, why are you bringing up Fortnite? What do you mean? If a new Battle Royale comes out, that's what people are going to do. They're going to compare it to the current king. And currently, there is literally only one king of extraction, and it's Arc Raiders. So what do you think is going to happen when people who have been playing Arc Raiders come and play Marathon? What do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're not going to compare? You think they're going to say, yeah, I'm not going to compare it. It's totally different games. They're not the same at all. You think gamers are known for nuance and thoughtfulness? You don't think they make like the most quick assessments of games, the most quick comparisons and rejections or praises of games? Like, if you think about gamers over the years and how they respond to stuff like this, homie, thoughtfulness and nuance ain't typically the hallmarks of gaming dialogue. These people are going to boot it up, and they're either going to say, Ark's better, I'm out. Destiny PvP's better, I'm out. This is better, I'm out. Or they're going to be like, no, this is the new thing that I want to play for a long time. Which do you think is easier for people to say? That another game that they've been playing is better? A game where they have sunk cost in is better? A game they have more experiences in is better? Or is it more likely they say, well, this is where I'm going to plant my flag. I'm going to live in Marathon for the next year. What I'm saying is you're saying Marathon won't succeed because of those issues, but that's literally Ark. All it's go and open this door, go grab this map's all very static. I don't know how one can succeed doing it. If you think that the experience of going into Arc Raiders is the same as what we've seen from Marathon, I don't know what to tell you. I think they look vastly different in execution, tone, world building, and vibes. Like, I do. I think that they're very, very different. What about the gameplay loop do you think sets it apart from something more like Arc Raiders? Happy Friday. What's good, Derek? That's the thing. I don't see anything that sets it apart. I don't. I think that people who play Arc Raiders for PvP focus may find Marathon more engaging than a game that you admittedly say is trending towards a more PvE focus. This is true, Corey. I think this is very true. I think that's another thing that's going to hurt it. That's going to hurt it. If Marathon gets flooded with a bunch of PvP-focused players and folks that want to sweat and frag out and rack kills, I got news for you. That's not what you want. That's not what you want. That is a very quick way to burn the game all the way to the ground. You're going to burn it down to the stub. You're going to reduce it to the most basic gameplay loop. Go in, kill, get stuff, get out. Like, I'm telling you, man, if the Arc Raiders PvP boys flood this game because that's what they want to do, they want to kill and loot and get out, I'm here to tell you that will burn the game to the ground so fast, because there's no staying power in that. You can do that in almost any game. There is an ocean of PvP games in that you can basically have that experience. You can essentially do that in Apex. There's just no loot. You think PvP boys care about loot? So PvP games are a waste. Where did I say PvP games are a waste? If you're going to engage with what I'm saying, try doing that instead of making things up. You'll get a lot further in the conversation. Where did I say PvP games are a waste? Try again. Like, don't shadow box. Engage with what I'm saying. There's so many PvP games you can play right now. If you come out and that's basically... Why are people rejecting High Guard? Why? Because it looks like something we played before. It looks like something that's been in the market for a long time. Market saturated. We don't want that. Right? Nobody's saying that about High Guard and saying, yeah, PvP games are a waste. They're saying the market's already saturated, dude. Who's going to play that? Who's going to suddenly make that the game they're playing? The Sagamo with 7 months. I took part in the latest playtest. Game looks different than it did back in the open playtest, and to be honest, I find the lore very interesting. Let me add to the total. I think what's getting lost in the conversation, right? What's getting lost in the conversation is the question about Marathon is not, is it fun or better than the last time people played it? That's not the question. Do you want to know why that's not the question? That's like the base level expectation. If you haven't done that, then what are we even talking about? Is it fun? Is it better than the last time we saw it? If you can't achieve that, then there's no reason to even talk about the game. That's the assumption. If you're like, oh, no, it's going to be successful because it looks better than last time and it's fun. Homie, that's the base level expectation of a video game like this. If you haven't done that, then why are we even talking about your game? Is it fun? It better be. What do you mean? Like, that is absolutely not the question. The expectation is it's going to be fun. The expectation is that it's going to be better than the last time everybody dogged on it. The question, the far more important question is, will this game be the game that a large enough group of people decide is their main game? Is the game that they're going to keep coming back to? Like, that's the question. Can Marathon convince enough people to do what people have done with Fortnite, Apex, Warzone, Arc Raiders? It becomes the game that you play. It becomes the game that you live in. That's what these games essentially need. You need re-engagement patterns so that the game can survive and live. This is why there's a graveyard of failed live service games. Because do you honestly think all the games that failed as live service games, did they fail because they weren't fun? They failed because they weren't fun? Was X Defiant not fun? Was it not fun? No, people said it was fun. That wasn't the issue. Is Splitgate 2 not fun? No, plenty of people played it and said it was fun. Look at the failed live service games. Was the indictment ever that it wasn't fun? Now, you could say that about Concord. You could say, yeah, it wasn't that fun. The people that were playing it sure said it was fun. They failed because no appeal? Really? Splitgate had so many people interested when it first came out that the servers crashed. XDefiant had so many people playing that they were struggling as well, and then the player bases dropped off. Like, really? They had no appeal? If they had no appeal, then why were people playing them and praising them? That doesn't make any sense. Those games didn't fail because they weren't fun. They failed because the player base numbers dried up. It didn't become the game that people played. That's what you're trying to do with a live service game. You're trying to convince people this is the game that you want to kind of live in. Enough to keep coming back. Enough to come back next season, etc. Fair Games died so Marathon could walk. I repeat, the bar is in hell. I mean, why are you talking about Fair Games? I think Fair Games has been canceled. They just haven't announced the cancellation yet, but I don't know why you're bringing up Fair Games. Did you mean to say Concord? Lono, I love you, bro, but I think your PvE bias is showing here. I think a straight-up PvP-focused game has equally as much chance as success and re-engagement as a PvE-focused game. I think there's more evidence to my position than yours. I think you have a much harder case to make. PvP live service games are the fastest to die. They're the fastest to die, brother. I could take you on a museum-like tour through the graveyard of PvP live service games, my friend. There's way more of them. The reason there's more of them is because they have the stiffest competition, it's the most saturated part of the market, and it's super, super easy to put them down. It's like, yeah, I could go and get this experience somewhere else where I already have skins, I already have investment, I already have sunk cost. There are way more PvP-focused live service games that have just died and haven't survived. There's way more evidence to what I'm saying. My bias, you're invoking my bias, is actually a very weak form of argumentation. Instead of arguing against what I'm saying, you're trying to undercut my argument by making it about me. I think that's scummy. Don't do that. You're trying to make it about me. Make it about my argument. You've yet to do that. Attack my argument. Well, you have a PvE bias. So the frick what? Look at the evidence. My bias has no bearing on the fact that PvP games come out all of the time and die. There's an ocean of them. You don't need to invoke me or my bias. Engage the argument. How do you see them carving it out? Also, listen to the actual argument that I've made. I have said that the question is not, is the game fun? The question is not, has the game improved? The question is, can you convince enough people to make this the game that they play? That's the $1 million question. We can sit here and debate all day long about how PvP focused it is there enough PvE content, and blah, blah, blah. No, you're getting into the minutia. The $1 million question is, can you convince enough people to play this game as that game, the one that they keep coming back to? I think that's incredibly hard if you're basically just a PvP game, because there are so many games where the PvP crowd already has a home. If you're a PvP-focused player, you've got a game where you hang your hat. You do. You know it's true. If you're sitting here right now listening to this, or you're watching this later, and you're a PvP-focused player, you already have somewhere where you hang your hat. You do. Maybe two. Maybe you kind of bounce between two games. But you already kind of have a game where you hang your hat. Is this a game you're going to come spend like what Zubair's saying? Is this your next 1,000-hour game? Is this your next hundreds and hundreds of hours game? Is it? I don't see that. I see a game that's derivative and adjacent of movement and gunplay of Apex with loot. And that's what many people are going to say when they go into it. They're going to be like, I've kind of played a game like this before. Any live service game has to face a reality where they have to compete for time. To get into someone's play rotation, you have to knock another game out. What game is Marathon knocking out? Well stated. What Creature's saying is what I'm saying. My PvE bias isn't the issue here. It's that if you look at the PvP market, that's essentially what you're trying to do. You're trying to get them to stop playing Ark and this. You're trying to get them to stop playing Apex and play this. You're trying to get them to stop playing Warzone and play this. That's what you're trying to do. Have you seen anything in the Marathon gameplay that you think is going to successfully do that? What do you think happens to a lot of the PvP games that have that flash in the pan start and then eventually people drift from the game? What do you think happens? The players go home. They go home. They treat your game like a tourist spot. They ain't gonna live there. Yeah, they stop by, they had fun, and then they go home. They go right back to wherever they were hanging out. Do you see, like, I think people keep asking the wrong question about Marathon. It's, oh, but it looks better. Okay, Bungie's a veteran studio. They made their game look better, yeah. Oh, but it looks like it's going to be more fun. I bet you it's going to be fun. I would hope so. I would hope so. If your game's not fun, then what are we even talking about? Wait until is all we can do to assume is wild? You think what I'm doing is assuming? I'm making predictions based off of patterns. This guy's asking the real questions. Dalton Burrows says the question is, why did they cheat Kirby Air Riders out of Game of the Year? What was the motive? Shut the frick up, Dalton. I'm a PvP player. I'll stick to Marathon. What's entertaining about this conversation is watching people come at me like my PvE bias is shading my coverage here. You forget who you're talking to, I think. You forget that I covered Destiny for half of a decade. And at every turn, when they made a change to PvP, I told you how it was going to play out. I said, this is what's going to happen. This is what people are going to do. Y'all remember when I read their guide about the Trials update? And within 42 seconds, I said people are going to low card farm. And guess what people did? They low card farmed. You really think that I don't know what PvP players do, how PvP games go, how they trend? I didn't study games, watch games, shoutcast games, get hired to shoutcast professionally. I didn't do any of that. I don't understand PvP games. I mean, I was there when they were born in Quake 2 and Doom. But my PvE bias makes it hard for me to make predictions about PvP. Decade of video game coverage, worked professionally in these environments, played and studied PvP games up one side and down the other so I could shoutcast them. But when it comes to a PvP game, yeah, your PvE bias is really overriding, you know, what's going on here. Right, like when I told people that Concord was going to fail and that it was derivative and it felt too much like Destiny and it was dead 2 weeks later. Like when I said PvP would be the biggest struggle and problem with New World, and guess what the biggest problem and struggle for New World was? They spent 6 months babysitting exploits and PvP problems. Wow, I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised that the map in New World had to be hidden from the PvE players because it was driving people away, something that I actually told people would happen. I said, that's going to absolutely hurt the vibe of the game. The PvP is going to really corrupt the feel of New World, and it did. How many times have I made calls about this sort of thing and told you what players were going to do and how a PvP game was going to go and how you weren't going to be able to maintain a player base, and it happens every time like clockwork. But you're going to say my PvE bias is in the way of my assessment here? Okay. You didn't need a crystal ball to hold Concord? Listen, Hood, you go back, Hood. You go back. There were people that didn't agree with me. From moment one, I was like, I don't know, man. And then I played it. I said, this is DOA. This is DOA. Your bias assumes that every game is competing for the same player base, when I would argue that the goal is not necessarily to take other games' players, but to bring new players to the space. Corey. My position assumes something that I think is readily available and viewable, and it's that players already know what they like. And if you don't like PvP, it ain't going to win you over in Marathon. I want you to really think about what you're saying. You know who you sound like? You sound like Xbox. You think you're going to go find new players. You think you're going to go find new players because you put cloud on a Samsung TV. Yeah, you go right ahead and try and go find those new players, those people that aren't playing games. Yeah, sure. Go find them wherever the heck you think they are. That busy mom is going to start playing Starfield on her television. That's what you sound like. You honestly think there are non-PvP players out there that are going to be like, you know what? I don't really play PvP games. There's an ocean of free-to-play PvP games out there. I don't really play them, but Marathon's my jam. Like, Do you understand how illogical that is? Right now, it's very clear that when you make a PvP game, who descends on it? The PvP community. The people that like PvP games, they descend on it. They chop it up, spit it out the other side, and say, yeah, good, bad, whatever. So if you think there's some ocean of players out there waiting for a home game that's PvP-centric, and yet they're currently not playing a PvP game, brother, I got a bridge on the moon to sell you. I don't think there's a bunch of players out there that are currently like, I really don't play PvP games, but this is probably going to become my main game. That just isn't the case. I don't think there's a ton of players like that. I think players have largely settled into what they like. So yes, we've had this conversation about like why I don't think PlayStation has ever invested money in a game like Call of Duty. Because they know if they did, like all those homies on PS4 playing Warzone would be like, I'm not going to play that. I already got a game like that. Like, why bother taking on the Leviathan when you can just make money off of it? So, same idea. If you make a game that's adjacent to all these PvP games that are out here, who do you think it's going to primarily appeal to? It's going to primarily appeal to PvP players. And you got to somehow convince them to stay in your game long term. I've tried to talk about this every time we've talked about live service. I've been covering and monitoring and looking at live service games for over a decade. And the number one, the single most important thing is re-engagement. It will always be the most important thing. Because you can make a great content loop and nobody cares a month later. Gambit Zero with a 10 bomb jumps in and gets us there. I owe YouTube a member. Hang on, Corey responded. There are a ton of people who never played Extraction game yet came to Arc Raiders. There are people who don't play and have not played Fortnite, but the numbers grow, I can assure you. Okay, listen. Fair pushback, but I'm going to rip this one to shreds, and you already know what I'm going to do. Come on, you had to know where I'm going to go with this. The people that were like, I don't really like extraction shooters, number one, the market didn't have a lot of options for them to try one. How many could they even try, brother? How many? There wasn't an ocean of free-to-play, well-built, well-optimized, popular extraction shooters for them to take a crack at. Secondly, people playing Arc Raiders who were like, I really wasn't going to get down with an extraction game, they're playing it like it's a looter shooter, brother. They ain't playing it like it's an extraction shooter where they go in and try and kill people and try to survive. They're playing it like it's a dadgum looter shooter. Because it's what they were originally building. It's why they retain that identity. They've talked about that in interviews. Why do you think they keep talking about that in interviews, Corey? Why? Because they know the public is listening. They know who their audience is. Who do you think he's talking to when the CEO says, we're not going to add competitive stuff. The point of the game is not to shoot other players. We're not going to add all this PvP competitive stuff. He's not just talking to the PvP players when he says that. He's talking to his core audience because he knows what they like and he knows what they're doing and he knows how they play. That's why aggression-based matchmaking is in the game. That's why it's so readily measurable and visible. And it's why when somebody takes a poll, and I got like 5,000 votes on the poll, the majority of people are like, I'm playing PvE focused. People are not playing Arc Raiders like it's some kind of PvP extraction shooter. They're playing it like it's a looter. I'm telling you, Arc Raiders is a looter shooter in disguise. It is. That's why it's doing well. That's why they've got longevity. That's why they've got longevity. They can just add new arcs. They can just add new weapons. They can just add new stuff. That's what kept Helldivers going for so long. So there's a latent desire for an extraction that played like a looter shooter before the audience knew they wanted. I will cut you, Zoob. Don't you dare bring up an old philosophical argument from the other day about anthropological tendencies in human beings and do they have a latent desire that's there before it's there and then the market makes them see it's there. Shut the frick up, Zubair. We're not doing that again today. I can't believe I got through that. I didn't make a single mistake. But seriously, frick you for that, Zubair. I actually would argue, dadgummit, you pulled me into this. I actually would argue, Zubair, there had already been a fostered desire for a looter shooter and a loot-based game in people from games like Borderlands and Destiny and others, as well as even like The Division. So there were already preferences within the market for that type of game, and that's why Arc Raiders is doing so well. Shut the frick up, Zubair. Wheezy says, people are blinded to this fact. A lot of good games that will be games as a service are going to die because there literally is only so many hours in the day. Right. There's a pie of time. There's only so much time in a day. Zubair band coming in. You gonna get banned. Yo, Sleepy Boy, thank you for 2 months, man. Listen, y'all, if you're carrying a membership here from the chest, truth stated, we need you to get up on Member Plus or VIP. If you're paying for a membership, you got to do that. I need you to. The point I'm trying to make here is re-engagement is the key metric. If you can't get re-engagement, it doesn't matter. And what set us off down this trail, which, let's just be clear, Corey knows that I love him. I love these back and forths. It makes for a great show. And I appreciate his willingness to come in here and just go back and forth. Get in the ring and take your swings. I love it, all right? I hope I don't say that I'm going to break your jaw and people misunderstand what a metaphor is, because people will think that I'm suddenly trying to be internet tough guy, all 150 pounds of me. Jiminy frickin' Christmas. But I do like when people are willing to get in the ring and have the debate. I'm having a good time. Don't mistake passion for, frustration. What set us down this trail was I said, if all those PvP hungry boys walk away from Ark, or take a break from Warzone, or Apex, and they come walking over to Marathon, and they play this game the way you know they're going to play the game, I'm here to tell you that's bad news. That's the last thing Bungie wants. I'm telling you, it's got to be something they're concerned about. Brother, they've been watching Destiny numbers and watching Destiny player-based trends for over 10 years. They know what breads the butter. And it ain't PvP. They know what breads the butter. And if you get a bunch of people to come over and just PvP their butts off in Marathon, all that work, all that nuance, all that aspirational raid-like content in your loot table, it ain't gonna mean a thing. Because people are just going to be doing meta gaming, meta builds, fastest TTK. Do you want to know what they're going to be monitoring? Did I say bread your butter? Ah, frick. To think that I said anthropological in a rant and I didn't mess that up. But then I said bread's the butter, It's remarkable. I'll frickin' bread your butter. You son of a... You said it twice? I said it twice? You said it twice! Go sit in the corner! Dadgummit! This is what happens when I start having a good time, This is where you get all your clips, man. I just start going. That's what breads the butter. You know what? I'm just going to say that from now on. Yep. You earned this, so it will forever be breads the butter. And if you guys want someone to blame Zubair. Guys, quickly, do me a favor and hit the like button on the live stream. Oh my gosh. That ruined the entire point that I was making. Now nobody's like, yeah, it's a good point, Loner. They're like, this freaking idiot said bread's the butter. Bungie knows what butters the bread. They do. They've been playing and covering and monitoring and building Destiny for over 10 years. Not only that, they know how player bases can quickly cannibalize and then people leave. In your defense, you would need to bread your butter before you fried it. This is true. That's what I was thinking of. I'm serious. I think Bungie's very, very well aware of that reality. They're very well aware of that reality. They know what player bases do. When we've always talked about this in Destiny, that the minute meta builds became known, it was super cannibalistic within PvP. We all remember that, right? We all remember we all remember those days, okay? We all do. We remember when, like, all of a sudden nobody wanted to play, and all of a sudden that it was toxic, and all of a sudden everybody was using the same thing. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It happened like it was like clockwork. It was like 4.5 weeks into a season, everyone's saying that PvP is the worst it's ever been. Like, how many times did that happen? Everybody's using this, everybody's using that, blah, 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 blah. Whether it was the Suros regime in Destiny 1, Fell Winters, when it was laser tag the one weekend, all of the times that happened, when the frickin', what was the ice thing that people were doing? People were just furious about the ice. Worst meta. The reason that I said that and you guys instantly just started naming stuff is because that was like the mark, that was like the hallmark of Destiny PvP. He was so confident. I really was. I thought I was making such an excellent point. That's what makes it so bad, Fuzzy. I was really in the zone there. I'll see you guys on Monday. Frick it. The show's over. You guys, I fricked it up. I'm kidding. I messed it up. Jotun. Yeah, Jotun. Stasis. Yeah, Stasis made everybody want to pull their dadgum hair out. Guys, really quickly on YouTube, double check that like count. It didn't move. Double check it. Hit that like button. Let's get it. Let's get the 200 likes. But the reason it's really, really easy for you guys to think of those metas is because that was a hallmark of Destiny PvP. I'm here to tell you, if that ethos, zeitgeist, whatever the heck you want to call it, if that descends on Marathon, I really do think it'll affect the engagement very quickly. It will. It'll affect re-engagement. Let's attack this from a completely different route, okay? I'll react to the video here in a little bit. We're an hour into the show, but we're having a good time, so I'm not going to pull the video up just yet. Let me attack this from a completely different route. I want you to imagine the number of people that are going to try Marathon who are coming from Ark, or they're coming from, Apex Warzone. They're either going to come from Ark because of the extraction element, or they're going to come from, Tarkov because of the extraction element, or they're going to come from an established PvP game, okay? I think it's fair to say a very large portion of the player base for Marathon in its early days, that's where they're coming from. They're either going to come from an established PvP game, or they're going to come from one of the established extractions. Bread, my butter. Thank you so much for a $5 super chat. I appreciate it very, very much. We're now 20 away. Did I pay the one that I owe? I don't think that I did. I don't think I paid the one that I owe. I owe you guys. Yeah, I owe YouTube another one. I'm going to do it now. And we are officially about 150 away from Madam joining me tonight. What if I come from both? Well, that's my point. It doesn't matter if you come from both. The point is that's where you're coming from. Okay, that's the point. Okay. I just gifted a member to somebody called Beefy Goodness, and I thought it said Beefy Goddess, and I was like, anyways, yo, B4110, thank you so much for the 41-month member plus. I appreciate it. Adding it to the total. If that's where you're coming from, this is a challenge of any game like this. The challenge is you're going against the incumbent. They already have somewhere where they kind of hang their hat and play and have preferences. So you're already fighting an uphill battle. You are. Corey responded a little bit ago. I can agree the PvE-focused live service has a better track record for success. We do have the outliers, which signal that PvP-focused live service can succeed. Marvel Rivals says hello. What do you think made Marvel Rivals so successful, and what do you think of how much it's fallen? Like, that's at some level, Marvel Rivals really shows you how difficult it is. Like, the gamut that these games can run. It's a gamut. To be like that high and then to fall. Now, I'm saying Marvel Rivals is fine. Like, I'm not saying it's dead or whatever. But if you look at look at it like it's like a roller coaster, that's slowed down. That's extreme. And that's waiting for every single game. There's a slope down coming. How do you know the raid level map in Marathon doesn't require cooperation to get to deeper levels of its vaults? What if they keep that quiet for players to discover? Well, there's a couple of things working against that kind of thing, dudeness. If a bunch of people are just playing PvP if the emergence of within the community is to be more PvP, that's going to make that kind of a thing hurt. The second thing that's going to work against that is you and I both know engagement in that kind of content gets such a small fraction of people interested. A fraction of Arc Raiders people even rolled there and wiped their characters. A fraction of the Destiny player base would play dungeons and raids and nightfalls. A fraction. The smallest amount. So again, if that's your main draw for re-engagement, oh boy. I want you to imagine what would have happened in Destiny if that had been like, we got a new season or a new DLC. You know, it's $40. Really excited for you guys to come back. And no new content loop. No new activities. But we have a new raid in a dungeon. What do you think would have happened? What do you think player base numbers, engagement numbers, purchase numbers, what do you think that would have looked like? It would have looked pretty bad. Because the vast majority of the player base have been like, you're not reinvigorating the main game. There's no new loot. There's no new content. There's no new anything. You've just made, aspirational dungeon and a raid, the stuff that we don't even do. So if Marathon's main hook is they've got like raid-like aspirational content, the vast majority of people are like, yeah, I'm not coming back for that. So then you have to ask yourself the question, what would they come back for? You're like, well, they might come back for the same reason people came back to Destiny, right? People came back to Destiny to do what? They came back to Destiny to do public events, strikes. They kind of lived in the public space and they lived in the strike playlist. So you have to ask, what's that equivalent in Marathon? Well, it would be the core content loop of going in, getting loot, getting out, getting better stuff. Like that loop itself is the re-engagement hook for most of the player base. A small percentage of the player base is going to go up to the aspirational stuff. We know this. This is seen in almost probably every game out there. It's seen in who does resets. It's seen in who does prestige. It's seen in who does raids and dungeons. Like, it's across the board. This is probably a very universal thing where, like, the top 10% go in to the most hardcore aspirational content and everybody else just doesn't really do it. That's not an indictment of the content, but what it means is, like, that can't be the main thing that gets people to come back because it appeals to such a small percentage of people. Like, if Arc Raiders' main thing to get you to come back was that you could do the expedition and, like, wipe your character, you would likely... 1 million's a small fraction? Yes. It's a small fraction. Yes. If I go into a room of 12 people and I say, who wants to go eat at Fazoli's, and one person out of the 12 says they would like to, I would say a small fraction of you actually want to go. We're not going. Like, interest is too low. Yeah, that's a small fraction. Like, yes, that the issue isn't that it's like an indictment of the action. It shows you it's not an emergent property. What the frick is it? It's an outward indication of an inward reality, right? It's an outward indication of an inward reality. Like, what's the inward reality of the player base? Well, the most of people don't want to do that, or they couldn't, they didn't care, didn't have the time, whatever. So they don't. I'm not saying that, like, oh, it's stupid, don't do it, or people don't want to do it. I'm saying it's an indication of a trend within the player base, and the player base's trends in this direction. They always have, probably always will. There's time constraints, there's commitment levels, there's interest, they're busy. I also think player bases are getting older. Something to be said for that. There's something to be said for like the average age of gamers is like what, 28 to 50. Homie, you're in your 28 years and 50s, your 40s. You ain't playing games like you used to. You're not putting in the hours. You're not grinding. You're just playing to have fun, which means that stuff's not going to appeal to you. It just isn't. I said with New World that was going to be its biggest problem. It was a game that appealed to like casual folks. It was like your casual man's MMO. But man, that hardcore element, that PvP and that map control, man, it really frustrated folks. They didn't like it. 1 million on the first reset's big engagement considering the first one. Lots didn't start the grind day one. Expedition 2 will more than double that figure. That's a bold prediction, and it also has nothing to do with what I'm saying. What I said is factually correct. It's a small fraction, and it indicates trends in a player pool. You could say the same thing about the number of people who clear a Destiny raid. It's a small fraction. It's not an indictment of the content. It's not an indictment of the people who like it. It's a representation of player trends is all it is. It's a data point. I'm making a data point analysis. I'm not saying anything about the content itself or the players themselves. I'm saying virtually across the board, when you analyze player behavior in a game, you're going to find that trend to hold. You're going to find that trend to hold. You're going to find that most of the players, let's say it doubles. Let's say it goes up to 2 million. Okay? 2 million people do it next time. 2 million out of whatever the 12 million people that bought it. Well, by then, even more. You're still dealing with a small fraction of the entire player pool, which I believe is indicative of how people play these games. I don't think people play these games with that idea in mind of like, I'm going to grind like crazy, I'm going to reset. No, they're playing to have fun. They're playing to enjoy themselves. They're not playing it like it's a full-time job or a part-time job, right? Small fraction is a red herring. Misuse of the term. No, a red herring is a point to distract from the overall argument. It's not a distraction from the overall argument. It's literally a point in my argument. You're not even using red herring properly. When I'm invoking the percentage of people that reset, I'm putting that right alongside of other games that have similar patterns, where a smaller percentage of people go to the lighthouse, a smaller percentage of people run the dungeon, a smaller percentage of people run the raid, a smaller percentage of people in games like this reset their character, reset prestige, whatever. That's a pattern within gaming that holds. It can't be a red herring. It's a part of a larger piece of the argument that I'm making, that like that is a pattern in gaming. The pattern in gaming is that you have a smaller percentage of the hardcore people that are going to do the aspirational stuff. Resetting your character is aspirational. It takes time. It takes work. It takes hours. It takes energy. It takes stuff away from you. You all of a sudden, all your stuff's back to zero, right? Like, that is something that is always going to appeal to a smaller percentage of the player pool. I think what I'm saying is so blatantly obvious within gaming, it's not even that shocking. It's the point that I'm making is that if that's your primary hook, it won't work. That can't be the primary hook. That's there for your hardcore players. That's why I gave the example. If like the main reason you were going to come back to Destiny for a season or a DLC was dungeons and raids and there was nothing else offered, people would walk away. That's the question you have to ask about Marathon. What's that low rung circle that people can run? What is it? Like, I think that's why Arc Raiders is finding so much success. You can run that low circle, route over and over and over again, and you can feel a sense of progress. You've upgraded your chicken. You've leveled up your skill tree. You've got a blueprint. You're working on a quest that some person has given you. You've gone to a new map. There's new content for you to go and try. Those are all things that you're sort of working your way through on that lower rung of Arc Raiders. Like, what's the percentage of the player base in Arc Raiders that you think has taken place in a queen kill? What do you think it is? It's got to be a minority. That's not an indictment of queen or killing or the content or the people that do it. It's a representation of how players engage with these games. The overarching point I'm trying to make is I don't see that hook or that loop in Marathon. 1 million people did it. That's bigger than most games' entire player base. You didn't read my whole comment anyway? Why would I read your entire comment when you're mislabeling what I'm doing and you're engaging in a way that doesn't seem to understand It's like you're not engaging with what I'm saying. You're wanting to defend the fact that people reset. The irony of red herring is like you're literally being a red herring in the discussion. That's not what we're debating. We're not debating whether or not more people will or if it's a big or a small number. I spoke factually. It is a small fraction. That is true. It's a small fraction. It's also true that in general, in these games, a small fraction of the player base engages with the aspirational content. Now this is becoming a bit of a flat tire nuisance. That's not the point of the discussion. The point of the discussion is not to argue about whether or not a lot of people did it or what is a lot of people. It's that can't be your hook. That can't be your hook. If that's your hook, you're not going to maintain a player pool. Thank you, Broken Earth, for rounding us out. 3 singles in a row. 360 on the week. Thank you, Broken Earth. I disagree. Calling 1 million players doing something is bonkers to me. I don't even understand what you're saying. Small. Hilly, I love you, and I consider you a friend. You are being willfully ignorant right now. This is like a choice. You cannot be serious. To say a small fraction is not saying that it is a small number of people. Are we really going to do like basic, like 4th grade arithmetic descriptions here? Like, is that what we're doing? Saying a small fraction is not the same as saying it's a small number. Like, what I said was factually correct, and it's pertaining to the overarching point that you're usually dealing with a hardcore 10% that does the hardcore stuff. That point is related to my other point. You got about 80 to 90% of your player base that is going to not do that. They need something else to do if they're going to keep coming back. Debating whether or not 1 million is a big or a small number, the irony is that is a red herring. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. That's a distraction from the argument. Thank you, Rissick, for a gifted. Yes, 1 million people is a big number. Subjective. I mean, depending on the context, it could be a big number or a small number, depending on what we're talking about. But it doesn't pertain to what we're talking about. I'm still on the hunt for a Tempest blueprint. I run a very particular route over and over. 280 hours and just got a queen kill. To bring it all the way back home, we all know that most of the players don't do that. They don't go do the aspirational stuff. That's the point I've been trying to make, is that if you're going to try to get people to keep coming back to Marathon with raid-like content, with aspirational content that's really hard to get into or sleuth out or deduce, because like Dudeness suggested, like make it a mystery or hidden or something. If that's your main thing to get people to come back, it won't work. You need something else. That's why Arc Raiders is working. There are many rungs on the ladder. You guys all right now probably have a friend that's been playing Arc Raiders, and that's all they're doing. They're just grinding out quests and leveling their skill tree, and buddy, they're having a good old time. They haven't shot a bullet at a Bastion. They haven't shot a bullet at a Queen. They're not even considering what this reset expedition thing is. It's probably not even in the frame for them, okay? They're on a rung of the ladder that lets them just enjoy at their commitment level. I've called this before. I've called this spectrum. If you build your game with spectrum, the guy that's engaging at a 2 is being rewarded like a 2, and he feels good. He's going to keep coming back. He's happy to be a 2. He's even more happy that he knows he can become a 3, and he's going to get rewarded like a 3. And then the guy that's a 10 feels rewarded. He puts in 10, he's playing, grinding, committed, and he's getting out from the game. He's extracting the experience of a 10. That's spectrum. If you're too top heavy and all you have is aspirational hardcore and you got nothing down here for players in like the commitment level 5 to 2, 6 to 2, man, that's a big fat juicy middle that's going to walk away. They're going to walk away. They're going to be like, there's nothing really here for me. If I don't do the hardcore stuff, if I don't do the aspirational stuff, there's not really a reason to come back. It's pinnacle content It'll always be the minority, says Wheezy, and that's totally fine. Having the option there is fine, but Arc Raiders isn't a hardcore extraction shooter anyways. That's exactly right. The vast majority of the people aren't doing that. Even in the most hardcore game, there is aspirational things that only the 1% do. In PoE, the most hardcore ARPG on the planet, there's stuff that only 1% of us do. I live for that, but a majority of the player base doesn't. That's fine. That's what's to be expected. And Wheezy, you would probably be able to make a very good argument as to why people enjoy PoE and they never touch that stuff. There's something on the rung of the ladder that they live on for them to enjoy. What's going to be on the lower and middle rungs of the ladder in Marathon to keep people coming back? This is why, to take it all the way back, this is why I said, if all the PvP boys from Destiny and Arc Raiders and all these other games, if they descend on this game and they treat it like a PvP player's, dream, that's bad news. Because the people that want to live on the rungs of the ladder 2 through 6 are going to feel like this game's sweaty and it sucks, and they're going to leave. Aggression-based matchmaking is playing a huge role in why Arc Raiders is being so successful. You can avoid the sweats. Read my last two. I'm merely saying you can design maps to incentivize players to work together. Yes, it's PvP focused, but the game can change that through PvE events that happen on the map. They can drop bosses, world events like Destiny. You're not wrong, dudeness, but here's the thing you've got to battle with. People that don't care if they're just going to go in there and PvP. I want you to think about all the guys in the comment section, dudeness, and all the clips, and all the rats, and the betrayers, right? Are they motivated to not do that because they can go kill a queen or a bastion? No. They probably like that, honestly. They can go kill people that are doing it. If the people that were trying to do that in Arc Raiders couldn't do that because the vast majority of the players were just coming in and gunning, running and gunning, what do you think would happen? If you didn't have aggression-based matchmaking and the people that wanted to kill a bastion or a queen or play peaceful or play with their boys and just, get loot and get out, if they were constantly getting gunned down, what do you think they would do? They would quit. All you got to do is read the comments on my video to find the people that feel like they already have had that experience and they've quit. If they try to sequester the heavy PvPers, they'll complain because they won't be able to get easy kills. Yeah, it'll turn into a sweat box. The thing that makes Arc Raiders work is there's something for everyone to try, and trying to force people to play a certain way is a losing effort. Hilly says, Arc is a unique case. The aspirational content's very approachable, and the folks that don't wipe are still walking towards. They're still going towards it slowly. It wouldn't surprise me, though, Hilly, if let's just go a year after launch. Let's fast forward, and Arc Raiders has been out for an entire year. Still wouldn't surprise me that the vast majority of the player base doesn't touch any of the aspirational content. They don't touch a queen, or maybe they've been a part of a bastion kill here and there. There's probably going to be bigger things than the queen as well, I would imagine. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if you get full circle 1 year anniversary and people just aren't doing it. They're not doing the hardcore content. They're not touching it. I'm talking about the majority. I'm talking about the casuals. I'm talking about that meaty, beefy center where people trend in the direction of just kind of chilling, just kind of grinding, just kind of doing their thing. I think there's so many people in Arc Raiders that play that way. I think that's like the vast majority. X is down and people are freaking out. Really? Loaded for me. A little slow, but it loaded for me. It's slow. Yeah, it's definitely jammed up. Down detector's probably lighting up on it. We can all just go to Blue Sky. This is what's going to happen. Without fail, there'll be people in the comments on this video, and they're going to be like, we get it. You like Arc Raiders. This isn't about me liking Arc Raiders. I've got 30-something hours in Arc Raiders. I had a good time with it. I'm not grinding it. I'm not playing it. Right? This isn't about me liking Arc Raiders. This is about assessment of the market. Okay? It's about assessment of the market. The market is so consistent. The player bases in these games so consistently trend in these ways. It's so easy to make some of these predictions because it's like sunshine in San Diego. It's like the odds are in your favor if you think, yeah, it's going to be nice out today. Yeah, it's San Diego. Of course it is. Like, I just think players, they trend in these ways so consistently. I don't see those trends being bucked, beaten, changed, altered, whatever, by anything that I've seen in Marathon. I think the new car smell will fade really quickly. You're going to have your hardcores that are in it to win it. You're going to have your PvP focus boys. I think everybody else is going to say, I'm just going back home. Home could be Arc Raiders. Home could be Apex, Warzone, Fortnite. Home could be Destiny. Home could be The Division or Warframe. Home could be anywhere. I'm just here to tell you, staying power and longevity is the biggest thing I have doubt and skepticism about. I do not doubt Bungie's ability to make compelling gameplay, gunplay, to make improvements and listen to the community. If they can't do that, then pack it up and go home. That's the base level expectation, to make a game that feels good. After all these years of Destiny, if they can't make a shooter that feels good, then close the doors. Shut it down. That's an expectation that I don't think anybody should be shocked by. They're like, well, yeah, we expect that and got that from Bungie. That's almost like a given that they're able to do that. I'm telling you, from moment one, and I said this about High Guard, I've said this about Fair Games, and every time I said that about a game like Fair Games, every time I said it about Concord, man, there were always people that are like, but the game's not out yet, man. How could you possibly know that? The game's not out yet, man. How could you possibly know that? And I'm like, brother, longevity and re-engagement is the single biggest challenge that every live service faces. And if you don't have that thing to get over that crest, it's just almost impossible. It's seemingly impossible, especially when the public, and this is something I mentioned earlier, I'm seeing a lot of videos about, High Guard. Actman put one out, Young Yeah put one out, Maddie Plays put one out, bunch of videos coming out, High Guard, where are they, why are they silent, and this, that, and the third. And nobody's making the point about High Guard that I've made from, I think a week ago I said this. If you can't, back in the day, if you wanted the game to look good, you had to do a lot of extra work and a lot of fancy things with textures and vibe to establish look and feel, because you needed your game to look cool. Looking good wasn't the question back then. It wasn't a matter of what about the pixels and the frame rate and the 4K and the lighting? No. There was an era of time where image quality and lighting and shadows and all of that wasn't the question. The question was, did your game look cool? If you go back, if I showed you a teeny slice of a picture from Gears of War armor, you would know what it's from. Same thing with a game like Halo. If I show you a snippet, a slice of from a game back then, you could probably tell me what it's from, because they were more focused on making a game look cool than making a game look good. So what's happened now is, because you can make a game look good so easily, you can flip assets, put a bunch of stuff in your game, and it can look impressive. I mean, if you look at Code Violet, an asset flip piece of garbage, and they had a bunch of people fooled because it looks good. If you look at High Guard, it very much feels like a prefab Unreal game where they just threw generic characters into it. Because it takes very little effort now to make a game look good. You can throw in some pretty much, some basic lighting, textures in the world, and it looks good. It's wow, that doesn't look bad. It doesn't look distinct. It doesn't look distinct. It doesn't look like it has anything. That's where Marathon to me is such an odd juxtaposition. You know it the minute you see it. That's one thing it has going for it. You know it as soon as you see it. It's got a look and a vibe and a feel. No one's like, what game is that? Like, people mashed up Concord and Highguard, and it was hard to tell them apart. it was tough. Marathon stands out in that regard. It does. Soon as you get beyond that, I'm like, man, this feels derivative. Man, the movement and gunplay feels like so many other things. Now, we're going to take a look at this video here in a little bit to see if they can change my mind about, like, they've got the shells, the runners. We're going to take a look at it, and I'm going to kind of react to it. I haven't taken a look at it yet. Before we do that, make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Try to get us to 300 likes. Nice, strong turnout for a Friday. I appreciate it very, very much. There's other things to talk about as well. Some of you guys are landing here because of Crimson Desert. I got a very short clip of the boys from Digital Foundry. They had hands-on with it, and I'm very interested because Crimson Desert continues to be a game that I feel like just looks too good to be true. I feel like it's going to have issues with performance, and, you know, I hope I'm wrong. And Wired Rope's going to crack off a 5-bomb. Thank you so much. Boom, 366. There we go. The guns look like Nerf guns, not helping your case. That might be a turnoff for people. For sure. Wheezy says it looks worse every time he sees it. I don't think he's alone in that. I think there are others that have said that. They feel like it looks worse every time they look at it. Let me make sure we're all set here. No, that's not right. Well, hang on. I just need to do this. Cap card. There we go. Okay, let me test this out. I should be able to do this in this new scene, and it should work just fine, even though I've changed scenes. Broken Earth with the 5-bomb. Boom. Just like that. Yeah. The problem we were having with the timer and all that should be fixed now. It should be fixed. So thank you so much for doing that, Broken Earth. We are now a 5-bomb away from the next milestone. Whoever hits it gets it. I will owe your platform a member. We'll see who wants to snipe this one. You're right on the doorstep. I was 12 minutes behind. Ignore my last comment. You're good. You're good. Once a game meets a certain level of competency of graphic fidelity, it's all about gameplay. What am I hearing? I don't know what my kids are doing. I'm hearing something. Champagne coming in with a renewal of a member plus. 13 months. It's a lot of months. Thank you so much. I was kind of waiting to see if somebody was going to snipe it before I started this segment. I don't want to get into this segment and then have you guys start going crazy. All right, everybody chill then. If we're going to chill, let's chill, okay? Let me get my headphones on here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn that off. Okay. Hang on, I need to make sure the volume's not blowing you guys out. The Windows has been doing updates, and then my audio is all messed up. All right, hang on. I got to turn off the CC. Okay. Oh, Broken Earth comes in. Adds one to the total, 370. He adds another one to the total, 374. Broken Earth's just going to try to land this one right on the bullseye. Hopefully nobody takes it from you. It's always the worst when somebody tries to do a bunch of signals and they can't. There it is. Boom, 375. All right, I owe YouTube a member. I'm going to do that now so that we're all paid up. All right. If we get to 500 on the week, Madam comes to the show tonight, and she will react to the week's gaming news. It's always fun to see her reactions to stuff that we all know about and care about, and she doesn't pay any attention to this stuff until she comes to the show on Friday night. All right, hang on. I want to get this queued up to where it's not the intro. Okay, here we go. Perfect. All right, I'm going to stop the music. All right. So the question, I think, is not necessarily, is Marathon looking better or playing better? I keep saying it's about re-engagement. I don't know if this Runner Shells video is going to change my mind. I've continued to say these videos, the game looks better. That's great. You should be making your game look better. But I also think they're not getting near enough views, eyeballs, and reach to change the overarching public's opinion. We will see if I end up getting proved wrong on that. Let's check out this video and see what they have to say. Guys in the chat, you guys are bringing some liveliness. Let's see.
Runner shells is what we're calling the bioprinted bodies that you, the runner, inhabit when you go down to Tau Ceti. Each of our launch shells is really an archetype of gameplay.
So abilities, passives, stat packages married to a very distinct silhouette that then players can look at, 50, 60 meters away and say, oh, I know what that is. I know what that player is capable of. And I can start to think about how to counteract it.
One of the things we really want to do from the build crafting side is making sure that we're providing people ingredients instead of giving them a recipe. Figuring out what you want for your build that is unique, and you do that across cores, you do that across implants, you do that across weapon mods.
All right, I just need to say this, and we were talking about this a little bit ago. They are doing the one thing that a lot of the new live service games have failed at, which is everything has like a tied together vibe. There's an art direction cohesion, right? We watched High Guard and everybody said it looked generic like a mobile game or something, and let it look like Concord 2.0. From the music to the packaging to the colors to the font, they've nailed that aspect. They have. That's not in question for me. Can Bungie make a game look good? Yes. Can they make a game feel good? Yes. After all of the gameplay of Destiny, if they can't make a shooter feel good, then they've lost their way, right? So I don't have any doubt about those things. I've continued to wonder, can you change public's opinion enough to get enough people into this game, and can you get people to re-engage with your game enough long term? I've continued to say I don't see a game that's going to have good re-engagement patterns. I just don't. We'll see.
Cores are powerful standalone perks that can be used in combination with each other to shift the gameplay style of your runner kit. We also want to make sure that there are interesting combinations of things that work together, but they have hooks that go out into the other systems, so you can create this like crazy Rube Goldberg machine.
Okay, I gotta say something. A lot of the debate when we've been talking about Marathon, people have told me that they think it's going to be more popular on console. That like they're sort of getting ready for Steam charts to not be that impressive. I feel like some of that's narrative armor. They know interest in the game's probably not going to be great, or it's going to drop off or whatever. And they're like, well, this game's going to primarily flourish on console. I'm seeing movement and choices and abilities that are far more designed for mouse and keyboard. Like I'm seeing like rocket jumps that I did in Rocket Arena like way back in the day. This is not conducive to like casual controller play. I don't think so. This again makes me feel like so much of this game is being very much designed for hardcore. Like if you go back when Ziegler did that, the director commentary way back in the day, and he said, yeah, this is not a game for everybody. It really looks like it's a game built for hardcore players, and I think that's just such a difficulty from jump to get a big enough funnel and to get good re-engagement patterns. If it feels like a game built for hardcores, even from movement stuff like that, and I know you might be like, well, that doesn't seem like something that... No, that's 100% something that a hardcore player would use and absolutely smoke you. And that, again, is an issue. If you build a game for hardcores and for sweaties, you're going to drive those people away that you really need in your re-engagement. And again, look, if they want to build a game for hardcores, go right ahead. But I think if you're playing a live service game, that is a really, really tough hill to climb for re-engagement in the initial player funnel.
Depending on your playstyle, if you're like someone who hangs back and likes to snipe, you're someone who likes close quarters combat and you're going to rush in, you're going to want to cater the items that you're finding differently.
The idea there is like have a broad spectrum that everyone can kind of find a little bit of a home to, and then we're going to build on top of that. Destroyer is aggressive, brutal, whereas a modified, futuristic version of the Mjolnir armor from the original trilogy.
The shell is designed to get into the fight as fast as possible and stay there. It comes equipped with thrusters on its legs that let it sprint faster, or you can use them for a quick lateral evade.
A riot barricade.
All right. So I'm picking up on something. I don't know if you guys are picking up on this, okay? I'm picking up on something. Everything they're saying, everything they're building, all the abilities, their verbiage, their vocabulary, it all sounds like they're describing a PvP game, okay? I'm here to tell you that's a tough one. You're entering a very, very saturated market of like everybody's loving PvP, everybody's playing PvP. There's an ocean of free-to-play PvP games out there, and PvP players already kind of have a home. And that's one reason that if that's all your game's really doing and that's all it really appeals to is like the PvP boys, I don't know. That's a fast route for people to either skip it because it costs money and they already have a home, or they end up going back home and your re-engagement patterns take a huge hit about 2 or 3 weeks in because everybody goes back to their home game. That's a pattern in new PvP games that have always struggled, whether it was Splitgate or X Defiant. There's plenty of games that have, exploded, lots of popularity, and then people leave really, really quickly. So
that they can generate presence and they can generate almost like aggro for their team.
Prime ability is Search and Destroy, which activates shoulder-mounted missile pods that fire heat-seeking missiles.
They have a way to lock down targets over sustained fire, which immobilizes them and allows your team to follow up.
Our Assassin Shell is built for players that like to play slow and quiet. It's very much a classic, backline infiltrator. It has a dive ability that can be used to negate fall damage from any height.
The tactical ability is invisibility. You pull this shroud of invis over yourself. You can sprint during it, you can mantle during it, but the faster you move, the more visible you're gonna become, and if you take any actions, heal, shoot, get shot, you'll reveal yourself for a short duration. Their prime ability sends out this disc. It creates this plumes of smoke that you can enter into, and then when combined with their passive shroud, they go invisible when they enter smoke. The whole thing here is be invisible, be sneaky, and then enshroud the world in smoke.
Again, I got people in chat kind of responding PvP kept COD afloat all these years, blah, blah, blah. The point that I'm making is one that I've made for a very, very long time. If you're going to enter the live service landscape with a PvP game, it is a very, very difficult hill to climb. It's one of the reasons I think Arc Raiders is doing so well. So many people are playing Arc Raiders and they're not PvPing at all. I got a video with over 100,000 views on it right now. Go read the comments. I think the vast majority of people are playing Arc Raiders, and the aggression-based matchmaking has helped them basically play a looter shooter. They are not playing a PvP game. I think the reason the PvP boys are so salty in Arc Raiders is they can't get at the peaceful players. They're all getting put in sweat boxes by the aggression-based matchmaking. If this game is essentially going to be PvP with loot, I'm here to tell you, that spells trouble for your re-engagement. I just do. I think it's going to struggle in that regard. The market is so saturated with free-to-play PvP games, and Bungie has not really proved their mettle over the years for maintaining a PvP player base. It certainly has never been the shining star of Destiny. After 10 years, it has not been the shining star. The vast majority of their player base has always been in PvE. And their PvP has always struggled, especially with balance. This is going to turn into such a metagaming mess so quickly. I can feel it. I feel it in my bones.
Originally, Recon was called internally Fun Police. That really is the core kind of fantasy. It's about hunting people down. It's about playing detective. If you want to find all the assassin shells on the map, Recon is the shell you want to use. It comes with a tracker drone that you can toss out a little spider friend that crawls along the ground and will track towards enemies and explode. And that explosion overheats the target.
They can't move, they can't sprint, they're taking tick damage, and they help you lock down a target so you can pursue them. And for their prime, Recon has this really awesome helmet that splits open and they tap.
Y'all love when you can't move, right? Oh man, that's a PvP player's favorite thing, is when your volition and your movement is taken away from you. Stasis was so loved in PvP, wasn't it?
In these cool key codes, it opens up and pulses and it sends out this wave that detects both AI and players and marks them for you.
And when you break the shield of somebody as a Recon shell, they leave holographic footprints behind. So even if they run away, you can follow that trail and they'll lead right to them.
And then finally awareness, where if you get pinged, it'll actually tell you that someone like sees you. You won't know where, but you'll be able to be on high alert that somebody saw you and is marked you.
Getting pushback here from Sketch. He says, this is looking better and better, and it's finding an audience I feel like we're starting to reach. Listen, I'm not starting to reach. I'm saying the same thing about this that I've said about every other PvP live service game. They don't get a pass. They also had a really, really rocky start. That makes it even more difficult because you had people that wrote this game off instantly last year. I mean, a lot of their newer videos are getting a fraction of the viewership that their videos used to get because a lot of people have just moved on. They don't care anymore. They've decided that they don't like it or they're not going to play it. Listen, I said the same thing about every single PvP live service game that has come out. And when we look at the player trends and you look at the response and the matchmaking in Arc Raiders, I think they figured out the secret weapon. And the secret weapon is to give people the ability to play your game and not really deal with PvP if they don't want to. Because then you're appealing to a larger audience. The audience for this game is already so narrow from everything that's happened. It's even more narrow because it's got a price point on it. And there's Bungie stink on it. There's art stolen on it. Like, all of that's on it. I just think this game has a very, very difficult hill to climb. And it's now seemingly really, really making itself super, super adjacent to every PvP game that's out there right now. It feels like a PvP match. You're going to go into a PvP match and you're going to pick, like, basically a preset hero to go in with their abilities. Like, this feels like a hero shooter. They're not calling it a hero shooter, but everything I'm seeing are people that are going in with the abilities of like a hero shooter in like Apex.
Vandal is our shell that is, just by its very nature, more agile than our other shells. It has microjets that let it do a double jump. It has a power slide that goes much further than our normal sprint slide.
Their prime overloads their movement system so they can commit and chain all those actions together. They're about getting in and out, causing chaos.
The arm cannon for Vandal unfolds, and you find a big-ass gun barrel inside. You can use it to knock people out of cover. You can use it to knock people off of buildings, which is way more fun than knocking them out of cover.
The number of times we've knocked people off of field maintenance is like, this is a great thing.
Marathon is a game that is all about finding the best stuff on the map, so we felt like we needed to have a shell that was sort of built for the loot goblin fantasy. That is Thief to a T. Thief's trait ability is X-ray visor, where you flip down your visor, you can see containers through walls, you can see enemies that are within line of sight.
Their prime is pickpocket drone, where they deploy this like elegant origami mechanicalized butterfly. It has like a mechanical whip that it can send out and that knocks loot out of both players and AI, and then it can suck that loot back up with the same whip. Or you can use it for recon. You can fly around, you can ping, those pings are shared to your squad.
The Thief shell also has a built-in grappling device that is embedded right in the forearm. You shoot out a dart. Mid-flight, it unfolds into this propeller that pulls you along and you can swing away to safety.
The recharge rate for their grapple and their base handling and stats will go up as you fill the backpack. So the idea is to become a loot goblin, right? Steal as much as you can and get out.
I've seen a lot of positive response to that grapple hook and that particular runner. I saw a lot of that on Twitter. I'll admit it's a pretty creative grapple system that, like, you just basically throw out an anchor in the air and then it pulls you to it. Like, I've seen a lot of positive response to that. Somebody saying, I think your Harsh Reforged just looks massively improved from the previous builds. I haven't said anything that denies that it looks better. You're not listening to what I've been saying if you think that that's what I've been saying. I've not once said it doesn't look better. I've acknowledged multiple times it looks better. It does. Significantly better. That's expected after it got so shredded by the public last year. Oh, it plays better. It's fun. That's the base level expectation of any game that you hope to be successful. Like, it being fun and looking better, that's like the bottom level expectation of a video game. I have consistently talked about re-engagement. Re-engagement is the key. I see nothing here that will keep people coming back. It looks like so many other games in the market. It feels very adjacent to Apex Legends. Having loot, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I really don't. Because if it turns into a PvP game with loot, which is how they're positioning it, boy, oh boy, do I think that's going to die really quickly on the vine. You're going to have a hardcore base, and most everybody else is just going to move on very quickly. I've not talked about quality, fun, or how the game looks. I've been consistently talking about re-engagement.
Our shell for support players. If you want to keep your allies kicking so they can kick back, we have triage for you.
They're equipped with these awesome like capacitive gauntlets where you activate them and then you can overcharge them and send out these tendrils that then like shock you back to life. Their tactical ability, they actually have these giant drones attached to the legs and they pull them out, and it's a little buddy, he's got a little face, and you give him a high five and send him on his way, and he'll come and hover over your shoulder and provide you with shields and health.
Triage is really a combat medic.
I remember when we had these debates that it wasn't going to be a hero shooter. How is this not a hero shooter? This feels like a hero shooter, y'all. Like, again, I don't know. I don't know if the public's going to be receptive to this. I think people get so tired of this. Like, you've got all the abilities and all the things going on, and you're definitely going to get into metagaming where there's certain ones that are better and certain abilities that are stronger and more annoying, whether it's the grapple or the wall hacks or whatever. This 100% is hero shooter. Like, that's what these things are. These runner shells are. They're just not calling it that because they know that hero shooter is stigmatized now.
So we knew we needed to give an ability that was useful for firefights.
They've got two traits. The first one is a trait ability called Battery Overcharge, where they overcharge their capacitive gauntlets, which makes their weapons performance better. And if you're using battery weapons specifically, breaking shields will EMP targets, and that becomes an on-ramp to like a whole new layer of build crafting. And then they have the second trait, Shareware, which is really cool, which is any buddies that have medi-drones on them, any consumable you use will get like copied to them. So you kind of almost are this like battle medic that's like constantly running triage on your team.
Sometimes you just want to take a breather after a bunch of runs and just kind of go on a run to just see what happens. And Rook is really fun for that.
Picking Rook automatically opts you into queuing in solo. You're able to enter into a match in progress, and you're given a starting kit. You're not allowed to bring anything in. That's almost to your advantage because you risk nothing, and anything you take out is yours to keep.
Instead of focusing on like progression and questing and things of that sort, it's a mode where we make it easy for you to just kind of drop into a match that's in progress and run about and try to scavenge as much as possible and get out with it so that you can populate your vault a little bit more for future runs.
Rook has a tactical ability that lets it blend in with UESC forces. So you activate it, a little mask clears over your face, and you are not perceived by the UESC as hostile. This lets you kind of get in, grab a little bit of loot, and then bail.
One of the things that I've really...
Okay, that actually is probably the coolest thing they've shown just yet. The fact that you can, like, run this guy and essentially activate this thing to get past the bots. Like, that's actually cool. These guys are gonna be the frickin' rats, boys. They're gonna sneak in, get past the bots, and then when you're messing with the bots, these homies are shooting you in the back. This is gonna be one of the most hated classes in the game. Write it down, boys. Write it down.
What I enjoyed about Rook is the added tension. Midway through a session, even though you've known like a few crews got taken out, or maybe you've taken out crews yourself, you don't know how many new players get injected through Rook.
Ultimately, Rook is a morality test, so you have a couple of options when you see a Rook. Either you're a decent person and you drop them a piece of loot and let them be on their merry way, or you are a monster and you blast them in the face. And I'm not going to say which one I am.
Yeah, but you're acting like they're not going to be in there looting, getting stuff, and then literally doing the thing that people can't stand at our creators, man. I feel like Rooks are going to be the rats. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like they're going to be getting past those bots, and they're going to be ratting hardcore, like waiting for people to come in. I don't know if they're going to be the ones that are going to be needed to be treated sparingly. I think people are going to friggin' hate them.
I blast a lot of Rooks.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the feedback about the game is better. It is. It looks better. People are saying that it looks more exciting. I think the vibe and the feedback is improving. I think they're facing two challenges. I think the first and biggest challenge they're facing is they don't have the reach they did at the beginning. I think less people are paying attention. I think less people are watching the videos. They went from their videos getting millions and millions of views to now, 100 to 400,000, right? That's still good, but if you're wanting your game to be popular, you want that player funnel full, you want people pre-ordering and buying your game that comes out in 2 months, you need bigger reach than this. I think they feel it because they're tweeting like crazy, they're marketing like crazy. I think they feel that diminished interest because you've got to change people's minds. It's not about the people that are already interested, that are like, I want you to think about a lot of the people, just track with me here, a lot of the people that are saying it looks better, they were already interested. Those really aren't the people that matter. The people that matter are those that were either on the fence or the people that sort of wrote the game off. You've got to convince some of them to jump in day one. If not, I think you're going to have a very, very small start, and then you're going to have a very, very difficult time keeping people, because as far as I can tell, and this was a big debate point early on when we heard about the direction change of the game, when they brought the guy over from Riot, people were like, no, it's not a hero shooter. It's not a hero shooter. They're classes. It's different. Yes, they're customizable, but every one of those abilities they showed me looked like something you can do in Apex. And I'm here to tell you right now, that is 100% going to make this thing easy for people to either ignore or walk away from. They're going to be like, it's just a hero shooter. It's a PvP game with loot. Like, that is going to be very, very difficult to capture and keep an audience. Re-engagement is what I keep coming back to. I see nothing in here that will make people re-engage long term. If anything, I see stuff that's going to make people say, like, yeah, I've kind of played this game before, I've had this experience before, I can go play this somewhere else. I don't know. That's my take. If you guys want to make it about the fact that, like, I don't like Bungie or whatever, that's fine. You can make it about me and be Defense Force, the people that were saying that. I am not making this about me. I'm acknowledging that it looks better. I'm acknowledging that they've made improvements, but I think the public's going to back me on this one. I really do. I don't think the public's going to be won over by this. I don't think the public's going to rally or re-engage enough. I just don't think so. I think the market's too competitive and too saturated, and I think Bungie they just missed the train. They did. That when they needed the most momentum and the most interest, they didn't get it. I don't know why Nightbot got you, Gone Kid. What'd you do? Oh, did you post a dot? Yeah, you put i.ps. I thought you tried to post a web address. Invisibility and wall hacks. Okay, I'm also seeing abilities that are going to just absolutely piss people off. Wall hacks and being able to, like, grapple like that one guy was grappling, being able to disappear, like, and being able to, like, send a drone in to hit people or to go and take their loot and stuff. I don't know, man. I see a lot of salt-inducing abilities. I saw a lot of salt-inducing abilities. Reverse upended with the super chat says, final call out. Do you think the game will actually hit a Concord level shutdown, or do you think the game having a price tag of 40 will impact it? It definitely is not going to crash and burn like Concord. I think it's going to last longer than that. I think their biggest dilemma is going to be when they get out of that first month. I just don't think they're going to have enough players. I don't. I think games like this, there's a minimum player engagement threshold, and if you can't hit that minimum player engagement threshold, you're dead. You are dead in the water and you're going nowhere, because it just starts to slope down from there. It's extremely rare for a live service game to go like this and then to go right back up again and do it again. It's extremely rare. It's very, very difficult to do. Once that slope starts, it's so hard to recover. It's like lighting a spider web on fire. It spreads so quickly. Matchmaking takes longer. Connection integrity is compromised. People don't have their friends to play with because their friends have moved on. Like, all these things just start driving people away from the game. And thank you for 2 months, Reverse. You said, I wish I went for a fully fledged marathon with the campaign included. The game's lore looks so interesting. Guys, check your re-up. See if you have a re-up. Make sure you've hit the like button over here on YouTube, man. It really helps. Try to get us to 300 likes. If it doesn't sell 12 million copies, would it be considered a failure? I don't have a number in mind, because I think Zubair is saying, what do we think that number is? They know that number, not me. They know that number. Bungie knows the number, the minimum player threshold number. They know what it is, because if you fall below that number, remember the GDC presentation that Dustin made? I think his name is Dustin, the bald guy. He said they were headed to crisis. The player numbers were going down in Destiny, and they knew if they fell below a certain number, they were in an absolute crisis. So every game knows what the number is. They know what Marathon's number is. They do. 100%. And if they fall below that number, that's the question, is what do they do at that point? Do they just cut it and say, hey, sorry, we'll support it for a year, and then we got to walk away. We can't really do anything. It's not working. 42 months from Reckless Gambit, bumping us to 376. Thank you, sir. A member plus from Q Patrick, 40 months. Finally finished Baldur's Gate 3 yesterday and a second playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance last week. Can't wait to not play Marathon, and we're at 377. Thank you so much, sir. Justin Truman, not Dustin. Thank you. Justin Truman, yeah. PvP is just easier to make because you don't need to program or integrate AI and objective. True. I think the game will do about as well as Battlefield does, says Sven. Small dedicated player base, enough to keep the game going. Here's the difference though, Sven. Battlefield sold like crazy at launch, which means they made a ton of money. I don't think this game's going to sell a ton at launch. It's not, I don't know. It just doesn't feel commercially viable at this point. Is it going to work for them or against them having so much Destiny in it, says Creature. I saw Stasis as an ability. I saw Strand as an ability. I saw some Hunter skills and abilities, Warlock melees and abilities. Yeah, the dodge that the Titan has with like the, what's that stupid thing called? The stinking life vest that you can wear. What's it called? I forget its name now. There's AI and objectives in the game, an aspect of the game everyone's ignoring. The bots are incredibly threatening. I also think the bots look incredibly boring. They just look like players roaming around. I don't think the bots look that invigorating or exciting at all. They don't look like something from like a Destiny adjacent game or even a, I don't know. Yeah, Twilight Garrison. If Marathon doesn't have 100,000 on Steam at launch, I'm not buying it, says Chrono Shot. I want people to play with and not play a game that is going to be dead in less than a year. Yeah, people are saying that, and they responded and said they have a roadmap. According to that one guy, it needs to be top 2025 performer back before the delay. There's no way. I cannot see this thing rising the sales charts. I just don't see it. I don't see it. They shot the horse in the leg last year. I cannot see this thing getting up to speed and hitting like that level of consumer inertia and momentum to be like, oh yeah, it's really climbing the sales charts. I know people are probably tired of me bringing up Arc Raiders, but I'm serious. I think Arc Raiders hurt it even more. It's like, yeah, we've already got a game like that. We've already got a game we can play like that. That's what happened with Fortnite. Fortnite was the new hot thing, and every time a battle royale came out, people were like, "Yeah, I've got Fortnite. Fortnite's better. Fortnite's better." Like that's a reality. Like when you've got a big game that comes into the market, people are going to say, "Yeah, I've already got a game like that. I've got a game where I can go and fight for loot." Marathon's the modernization of the Tiger engine. You'll see Destiny-like gameplay there for obvious reasons. If Bungie succeeds in building a better architecture with Marathon, it's a win for the future. It's a win for Destiny 3. Do you hope Marathon fails? I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care either way. Anybody at Bungie that did me wrong has either gotten what's coming to them or it's going to come for them eventually. I don't need a game to fail for me to feel some sense of vindication or justice, right? Chris Barrett got what he deserved, right? He got what was coming to him. I don't care. There's other people at Bungie that probably got what was coming to them, and if not, the reckoning will come one day. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to make content. I don't need to will that into existence. That'll all happen in due time. Like, people that want to make it about that, like, brothers, you got to believe me. I've sat in this chair and defended Bungie anytime they came up about like live service expertise or like canceling Naughty Dog's factions, I consistently was like, these guys know what they're doing in this environment. Even when they're doing bad with Destiny, they're still the experts in live service. They know what it takes to be successful. They know what it takes to be, you know, a failure. Like, it's not about that. Like, if anybody wants to see like my coverage of this is like I've got some kind of like personal vendetta, man, oh man, I think you really, you insult me to my core. Like, that I'm going to sit here and like let that be the reason I think that the game looks bad. The day we covered the showcase, I was like, that didn't feel like Bungie to me. That felt very flat, very tepid, very boring. And then the rest of the public agreed with me. I've not misfired on the game yet. Everything I've said, the public has also said. Like, I didn't, like, get lockstep with the public. What I said, the public started saying. Like, the response was almost unanimous to the point that they had to, like, delay the game. I told people they were going to delay the game. Now, my prediction that it would eventually just get quietly canceled, that didn't come true. I got that one wrong. But I told y'all they were going to delay it. I was like, they're going to delay this game out of 2025. There ain't no way. It didn't have a shot. And I've acknowledged that it looks better. I've acknowledged that the gunplay looks great. Movement looks great. That grappling hook ability looks fun. I think you need more than that. And I don't think they got it. I don't think they got it. Gifts are broken. I don't know. I think there's been some outages or some down. Something's going on. I think the public sentiment has moved away from you on this. No, they haven't. No. A fraction of the people that paid attention to this game when it first came out are paying attention to this, homie. A fraction. You got a video right now that has 100,000 views. You think the public's mindset's changed? The original gameplay debut and gameplay showcase and all that had millions of views. You got 100,000 views on this runner video and you think the public's mind has changed? Homie, the public moved on. The public's playing our creators. I mean it. I don't think the public has changed at all. The people that are watching this video they're interested. They're locked in. They're hardcore. They're committed. The rest of the public isn't paying any attention to it. Look at their YouTube channel and look at their videos' performance. It's just been a decline of interest since last year. I'm telling you, I said it last year. I said, man, first impressions matter, and you guys screwed the pooch. Didn't the runner video just come on? Look at the other ones, brother. Look at the other ones. So here, I'll show you. I did this earlier today, so you might have missed this. You might have missed this. All right, look. If you go to their videos on their channel, all right. Oh, hang on. I got to change my cap card. Go to the videos on their channel. Announcement trailer, 22 million views. That's heavily inflated. It was embedded somewhere. All right, so let's just look at the gameplay reveal. Right above me, 1.2 million views. And the gameplay overview, 1 million views. All right. This was your first impression shot. Okay. Alpha gameplay highlights, whatever. That came out at the same time and got dwarfed by the trailers because the trailers are short. Cinematic reveal, people loved it. It was like 2 million. All right. Now, VidDoc has been out for a month and it can't crack 500,000 views. Homie, that is loss of interest. People aren't paying attention anymore. They have moved on. Millions of people saw this game, and your VidDoc that changed a bunch of people's minds and everybody said it looked better, it's been out for a month and it can't crack 500,000 views. Brother, you need a full funnel. You need the public paying attention. You need the people buying in. I don't think they have. I think they've moved on. Watch this Runner's Insight video. I bet you the same thing's going to happen. In a month, it'll have diminished views compared to the VidDoc. It's a shorter video, and it'll probably have diminished views. It'll just taper down because the hardcore are going to be like, it looks great, it looks better. They haven't really budged in their view of it. General public, people on the fence, people that weren't interested, I don't think you're winning those people back over. I just don't think that you are. I think the ship sailed on them. I'm serious. It's kind of like the situation with High Guard, okay? Way more extreme. I'm not saying this is as bad as High Guard. Way more extreme. But it's the same idea. Once a public determines they don't want you and they don't like you, man, oh man, that is hard to change. That is really, really hard to change. It is. I think the public has in large quantities has made up their mind about this. And I really do mean this. I think Arc Raiders is playing a role. I think Arc Raiders made a huge splash. It's gobbled up and soaked up a bunch of the potential player base of this game. And now when something comes out about Marathon, I think a lot of those players are like, who cares about that game? I'm playing Arc Raiders. Oh, Beef. They're definitely winning people back over, brother, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think they've turned the tide. It is so difficult. Consumer inertia is a real thing. It really is. It's so difficult to like shift that tide. Arc Raiders had the same pattern. Launch trailer had high viewership, then it went down afterwards. Let me go to their channel and see, because I think they had stuff that really started to blow up, though. Also, Arc Raiders wasn't trying to compete negative feedback. They weren't trying to win people back over, so it's not a fair comparison. Arc Raiders, from like that first test in those early streams, they actually had positive feedback from the beginning. They had tech tests and all sorts of stuff. No, it's the exact opposite. Go all the way to the bottom. Arc Raiders, 62,000, 53,000, 100,000, almost a million, 100,000, 400,000, 300,000, over a million. Homie, this is the opposite. This is an increase in interest, not lowering of it. You got to go all the way down. Look at this one. Launch trailer, 2 million views. That's up. It's up, brother. Up from the 1 million of the release date and all these videos down here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the public saying, I'm playing that game. That's a rise in interest. Marathon's the opposite. It's quite literally, they're opposite curves. One is a curve of increased interest. One is a curve of increased disinterest. $5 super chat from Tony Kennedy. High guards, mad quiet. Marathon's DOA after a month. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Seriously, go to Arc Raiders. Do what I just did. Test me on this. Like, Arc Raiders videos started to get an increase in interest. Like, some of those early videos, not so much. The one trailer, like 1 million. And then their launch trailers got 2 million views. Like, that's a rise in interest. Marathon's the opposite. Marathon's like, yo, it's Bungie's new game. And then everything afterwards goes like this. That's a sign of disinterest. That's not a sign of maintaining or increasing interest. I'm telling you, Arc Raiders won the crowd. Arc Raiders won the crowd. Because people were like, well, how do they get away with charging money? And I pointed to the Gladiator movie. He says, if you win the crowd, you will win your freedom. Arc Raiders won the crowd, and it won them a bunch of freedom. They're able to charge money for the game, and they were able to do, the unthinkable. And they've been pretty transparent about their matchmaking, and people are ticked, and look at the player base numbers. If Highguard drops a new video, these people will be like, oh, it looks better. 100 bits. Twitch is just working. Huh? Thank you, Rope, for the bits. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. In a small market, says Angry Pete, you have to be better than the competition, or you can work to expand the market. Arc Raiders is doing both. Excuse me. I know a lot of people are going to misinterpret what I'm saying, right? No issues on Twitch. What do you mean? YouTube's fine too. I didn't say anything about nothing's not working. What are you talking about? A lot of people are going to misinterpret this. I know there's going to be Marathon and Bungie Defense Force in my comments acting like I'm hating on the game and I'm writing off the game. I'm not hating on the game. I'm just giving you my assessment. Some guy left a comment the other day and he was like, I don't always agree with you, but I like the fact that I can tell you're just saying what you think. You're not holding back. I'm just saying what I think. I'm not trying to dress this up. I'm not trying to grift. I'm not trying to give you guys some, pre-baked talking points. I told you guys I would watch it with you raw. I watched that video with you raw. All I see is a hero shooter that looks like it'll have a very, very meager player base about a month or 2 months in. That's what I see. I see a game that people kept insisting wasn't going to be a hero shooter, and it's a hero shooter. They won't call it a hero shooter. They can call it classes, and they can give you the ability to customize. But I saw a bunch of Apex Legends adjacent abilities that I think is going to turn into metagaming and frustration and hardcores figuring out the absolute best strategy, and I think everybody else is going to say, no, thank you. No, thank you. You guys are submitting questions. Let me pull them up here. We do have other things we're going to do today based on how it's going. We're going to be here for a long time today, guys, and I appreciate the massive, massive support. Do me a favor and hit the like button on YouTube. Get us to 300 likes. I really appreciate the turnouts today. Make sure you're hitting subscribe as well. You do not have to subscribe to talk into my chat, but we do a highly interactive stream like this Monday through Friday, reacting to videos, talking about news and what have you, and I'm here to tell you. We do this Monday through Friday, and it's great when y'all come back. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And also check your re-ups. Let me make sure what I've got here. Do I have questions from yesterday? I do. The first question today is from MickD09. Let me scroll down to it. MickD09 says, just got here. Hang on, I need to put the new members thing behind Q&A. There we go. Just got here. Is this showcase changing your mind in any way? No. No. I think it's dishonest to call it a hero shooter. It's an iteration on extraction shooters that pulls inspiration from other genres. Tons of games do this. It's my opinion that it's basically a hero shooter. That can't be dishonest. It's just my opinion. Like, looks like a hero shooter to me. You pick that class, and it comes with a bunch of abilities that I can't get over here. Game-changing, game-altering abilities. I can see through walls. I can throw a drone out that tracks you. I can throw a drone out that takes your loot. I can grapple into the thin air. I can disappear. I can throw smoke. I've played and watched an awful lot of hero shooters in my day. It's walking and talking like a duck. It's all but quacked. It's done everything except for quack. It looks like a duck to me. Looks like a duck to me. Corey says, I think the exact reason you think it will fail, I think it will succeed. If the hardcore start doing meta videos about best build, best loadout, and streamers jump in because it has more PvP focus on arc raiders, then I see it winning the crowd. No, it won't. That's exactly why it won't win the crowd. All of those are reasons that the re-engagement patterns will be terrible. They'll drive everybody away. They will. They'll drive them away. Apex is a hero shooter. Yeah. What would you call it? It's a battle royale. It's not a hero arena shooter, but it's a hero shooter. What the frick would you call Apex if it's not a hero shooter? It can be both a hero shooter and a battle royale, my friend. Valorant is like a tactical econ-based shooter, but it's also a hero shooter. Like, it's both. I didn't say it didn't have hero shooter elements. That doesn't make it a hero shooter. But just because it has some doesn't make it just a hero shooter. Maybe not dishonest, but disingenuous. No. Disingenuous would mean that I don't really mean what I'm saying. No. Just disagree with the opinion rather than trying to label it, like you're trying to attach a label to it. Disingenuous would mean that I don't believe what I'm saying. You're being disingenuous. You're being dishonest. No, I genuinely feel like, good golly, this looks like a hero shooter to me. It looks so adjacent to Apex. I don't know how anybody could watch that and not see that. It looks so adjacent to Apex. Yeah, just say you don't agree. It's totally fine to disagree and be like, I don't think it looks like a hero shooter. That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to call it dishonest or disingenuous. Marathon is clearly not for casuals, but it'll definitely find an audience. Pacey, I think in this day and age, you can't live off of hardcore in live service. You gotta have mid-level and casual players in there. You do. I don't think a studio like Bungie in a game like this, I don't think you can live off the hardcore players. I don't think it's possible. Regardless of my own opinion on Marathon and Highguard, I agree. They have massive uphill battle already before coming out due to public reception, whether it's warranted or not, says Sven. You'd hope that good gunplay and mechanics and gameplay loop will let the game do the talking, but we'll see. Here's the thing, Sven. Good gunplay, mechanics, and a gameplay loop doesn't help re-engagement. It just helps people have fun initially. Re-engagement, you got to have something else for that, and I just don't see it. Let me help you. Your opinion that it is a hero shooter is reductionist. It lacks nuance. It would be reductionist if I was saying it's just a hero shooter. I'm not saying it's just a hero shooter. I'm saying this looks an awful lot like a hero shooter. And it's looking an awful lot like it's going to feel like Apex Legends with like loot and extraction. And I feel like that's going to really, really have a hard time being compelling to people. I do. I think it's going to have a hard time being compelling. Because it's going to feel too similar and too familiar. Again, you think the crowd wants PvE. I would argue the crowd wants to be playing a popular game. Well, no, now you're shadowboxing. I never said the crowd wanted PvE. That's not what I said. I've never once said that the crowd and the audience wants PvE. I've said there's a growing demand and opportunity for PvE live service games to be successful. I have said that, but I haven't said the crowd wants PvE. What I have said is that if you look at Marathon and who it appeals to PvP players. You're fighting a losing battle already because PvP players right now have a home. They might even have a home or two. They kind of live in one or two games, okay? It also appeals to Extraction fans. Extraction fans are either in Tarkov or Arc Raiders right now. A lot of them are in Arc Raiders. You're fighting an uphill battle. You just are. It's not that people want PvE. It's that the people that you're appealing to already kind of have games that do these things. If you're wanting to go in PvP and have these abilities and zip around, yeah, you can do that in Apex. If you want a game where you can go in and get loot and get out, yeah, I mean, plenty of people are doing that in Arc Raiders. I'm serious. I think they're going to have a really, really hard time getting people to leave their games. I'm going to go all the way back to what I said earlier. It's not about whether or not the game is fun or well built. It's about, can you get people to make this the game that they play for months? Can you get people to re-engage? I keep coming back to that. I think that is the fundamental challenge, and I don't see this game having a potent answer to that. They don't. I don't think they have an answer to that question about, like, well, what's going to make people come back in 2 months? It doesn't, there's nothing here that feels new or fresh. It all feels derivative. It just all feels derivative. I think that's a death sentence. The minute it feels derivative and the minute it feels super adjacent to other games, I feel like that's just a death sentence, a very quick one. Off topic today for sure. He just called my 5-bomb a $5 super chat. Wait, where did you do a 5-bomb? I don't see it. Tony Kennedy did a $5 super chat. I'm not seeing a 5 gifted bomb. Where did you do the 5 gifted bomb? Can you describe your interpretation between hero shooter versus a shooter with classes? I think it's a difficult distinction because they've started to overlap, but I do think there's a big difference between, like, you go into a game like Battlefield where, like, an engineer and, like, an assault class, they have, like, different pieces of equipment that they can use in order to solve a pain point. You know, repairing a tank, versus, okay, well, this guy has got anti-tank, or this guy can repair a tank and this guy can snipe, right? Battlefield's maybe not the best example because people started saying there was too much crossover. But if you go into a game, let's just make up a game, and you got a guy that's an engineer, and he can repair a tank, and he has an anti-tank, C4 or something. And then this guy over here is assault, and what he has is, something for counter sniper measures or a smoke grenade or something, okay? I feel like classes focus and center more around, like, equipment, all right? Hero shooters tend to be more about abilities. If you look at Valorant, if you look at Overwatch, if you look at Apex Legends, if you look at Concord, and you look at Highguard, there's abilities. It's not equipment. It's not like, oh, yeah, you can repair this wall. Help us repair this wall. It's like, no, you can see through walls. You can throw out a drone that tracks people and explodes them. You have an ability that allows you to disappear. Do you see the difference? Like, I feel like classes are more like equipment-based. Heroes are more ability-based. It's like, in Apex, you're not like, oh, this guy has smoke grenades. It's like, no, this guy can see through walls periodically. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty big distinction because, like, one is more of a tide-turning event. That one thing that we saw, it tracked them. It was like a little spider. It tracked them and it exploded and they couldn't move. Homie, that's like a tide turning ability where all of a sudden you can't move. Some guy got the better of you, or like he saw you through the wall or something. That's not throwing down a smoke grenade. Like, throwing down a smoke grenade is like, okay, limited visibility, but we're all kind of still doing the same thing. We've got weapons and things that we can use against each other. These homies are seeing through walls and tracking you with drones and making it to where you can't move. I don't know. That doesn't feel like a class to me. That feels like a hero. Equipment and abilities is still a player pressing a button to fulfill an action. At its base level design, is that much of a difference? You just reduced a game down to its most basic mechanical parts, making all games the same, therefore nullifying your point. Like, yeah, all games are basically the same then. No categorizations are necessary. Every game a player presses buttons to fulfill an action. Therefore, Elden Ring is the same as Arc Raiders. But your point is not even salient to the discussion. Like, what in the world? Like, yeah, if you reduce every video game down to its base parts, then there are no distinctions between them. I think there's a significant difference between equipment and abilities. I don't know. I don't know how to see it any other way. Homie's not throwing a smoke grenade. Homie's seeing through the wall. Homie's throwing out a drone that tracks you and freezes you in your tracks. That feels like a hero to me. Nobody else can do that. Just that guy can. That doesn't feel like a class. Let me clear something up. Overwatch and Marvel Rivals are hero shooters by definition. Apex and Valorant are not, despite having unique heroes. Can you explain to me how Apex Legends and Valorant are not hero shooters? What? How are they not hero shooters? Why is Overwatch and Marvel Rivals a hero shooter, but Apex and Valorant aren't? Like, what? It's a hero shooter. It's not some negative term. It's okay for it to be a hero shooter. I think the reason people don't want to call it a hero shooter is because they know it's stigmatized. I think they know it's stigmatized. I think people know it's a stigmatized classification and people are tired of them. So people are like, it's not a hero shooter, they're classes. Okay, listen, you can call a duck a bird. It's still a duck. Like, you can move the classification to some other classification, okay? Like, to me, it's still going to do the thing that essentially a hero shooter lets people do. And I think having that level of derivativeness and adjacentness, I think is going to hurt the game's longevity. I just do. That's my opinion. That's my prediction. I think the minute you find yourself in that Venn diagram, whether you want to call it a class-based shooter, hero shooter, or just a shooter, doesn't matter. I don't care what you call it. The minute you find yourself and you're that adjacent and you're that close to Apex or any of these other games, I think it's going to hurt your longevity because I think it's going to create that familiarity, and familiarity breeds contempt. And when there's baked-in familiarity and you're like, I've played a game like this. I've played a game with guns like this. I've played a game with these wall hacks. You're going to feel that, I don't know, like I think it's going to hurt that longevity. That's the point I've been trying to make. This is about longevity. It's not about fun. It's about, can you get people to keep coming back? I wonder if the genre hero shooter even needs to exist. Heroes have more personality than a class. A medic from Battlefield doesn't have a personality compared to a character from Apex. Okay, but here's the difference. Look at the medic in Battlefield and compare it to a healing hero in a hero shooter. The medic has equipment that he has to go and use to like get the person up. A hero has an ability to like be behind you and healing you and like bring people back from the dead, right? And I don't think there's any ultimates in Marathon, but I definitely think, good golly, there's a difference there. It's not like you're going up there and like rubbing the paddles together of a defib and bringing somebody back. It's like, no, you have an ability, and that ability empowers you to do so much more than just like go up and like, you know, drop a med kit on the ground. Space magic versus traditional tools. I think it extends beyond that, though. It's not just categorically like, well, this is real world equipment and this is space magic. It's the potency of the ability. It's one thing to like walk behind a tank and repair it. It's another thing to be able to literally see through the walls or throw out something that can track enemies, explode, and then freeze them in place. I think it's more of a potency thing. Like, abilities tend to have way more potency over the flow of battle. It's one thing to throw down a smoke grenade. It's another thing to be able to like create a wall of ice. Like, do you see? Like, I don't know. To me, I think maybe I'm not doing the best job of explaining it, but I think there's a clear difference between them. Hero shooter, team shooter with unique heroes and roles. 6 versus 6 objectives, respawns, ability synergies, Apex Legends hero abilities, and a battle royale. 60 players on a big map. Last squad wins. So you're saying that hero shooter doesn't apply when you have larger area and more players. That's your distinction? Like, yeah, a hero shooter is a subgenre of multiplayer shooter games where players choose unique pre-designed hero characters, each with distinct abilities, weapons, and roles, tank, healer, DPS, emphasizing teamwork, character synergies, and objective-based gameplay over pure aiming skill. Yeah, this has nothing to do, like, I feel like you're creating your own definition to suit your argument. Like, I feel like in general people would accept it, the definition to say that like Apex Legends and Valorant are hero shooters. Like, I also think when we just watch the thing from Marathon, it's very clear and very distinct that the abilities have synergy and that you're going to work together and you're going to play a particular role. They literally said, this guy's the loot goblin. This guy's the tank. Like, I don't know if they said tank, but they used phrases like that. They definitely said loot goblin. They literally said you're going to be playing a role. Like, no, the industry-defined hero shooter, not me. What do you mean the industry-defined hero shooter? Where? Did they all get together and vote? What are you talking about? Battlefield literally has ultimates, Lono, like the assault ults grant nearby squad members temporary adrenaline. Yeah, Apex Legends has Assault, Skirmisher, Recon, Controller, and Support. Those are particular roles that you're running with those particular heroes. No, I'm not. No, they wouldn't. Go ask a Valorant player or Apex player if they consider the game a hero shooter. I mean, that's subjective opinion. That's not classification. If you look at Valorant and you look at how folks classify it, it is, what am I reading here? Valorant is a 2020 first-person tactical hero shooter video game developed and published by Riot Games. Now, Valorant says it's a character-based tactical shooter. So they say character instead of hero. They say character-based. They're saying that's synonymous. You're saying the same thing. Character-based. What are the characters? I mean, they're heroes. They've got abilities. They've got ultimates. Like, what are you talking about? How is it classified in Steam? What's this picture say? I keep losing my mouse. Open link. Their literal description, they write this description themselves, my friend. So you say the industry defined it? Okay, well, how do the makers of Apex define it? In the next evolution of hero shooter and battle royale. Brother, they typed this up. This is their page. What do you mean the industry? I'm pretty sure that Respawn gets to determine what they call their game. Tactical shooter is the difference. It's the gameplay loop. See, what I think you're doing is I think you're doing special pleading. I think what you're doing is you're making up some special clause that dictates why. Well, no, this is the exception because of the gameplay. I think we've wasted enough time on this discussion. They're hero shooters. Nobody here seems to agree with you. Even the makers of the games don't seem to agree with you. I think we can conclude that you're wrong. You can hold the opinion, but when the game makers themselves refer to their games that way, I think that falsifies your claim, and we can move on. The point is, I think if you find yourself that adjacent, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it whatever you want. I don't care what you call it. If your game is super, super similar, okay, to a hero shooter, so whatever you consider hero shooter doesn't matter to me. If you find yourself super, super adjacent to that, I think players are going to say, there's too much familiarity here. I've played this game before. I'm bored. I don't want to play this. I've already kind of played this game before. So to me, I think that's why looking at this game and looking at the way they've built it, they don't want to call it that. Maybe you don't want to call it that. That's totally fine. You can call it whatever you want. I think at the end of the day, the way that people engage with it and experience it, they're going to think it's immediately going to evoke those things in their mind. If they can call it whatever they want. They can say, oh, it's class-based, or it's hero-based, or it's character-based. The terms we're using are kind of superfluous. It all comes down to the experience, and I think they're going to experience something that they've largely experienced before. And I think that's going to pose a problem to longevity and to re-engagement. So I don't know what's going on in chat at this point. I'm too afraid to ask. Zuberlos, too much, maybe a little too much. I don't want to play Ark because Division did it before, so I get it. Chat spicy. I don't think chat's that spicy. He was respectful. I think he's dead wrong. To say that Apex Legends and Valorant are not hero shooters, I think is willful ignorance. I think you're choosing to splice a hair that doesn't exist. Nobody's claiming that. The wikis for both games say call them hero shooters. Like that's consensus. That's not just public consensus. That's the game makers being okay with it. The game makers themselves using the terms on their own Steam pages makes it crystal clear that the claim has no merit. It's a hair split of a imagined hair. It's like it's not even really there. Suppose a character is a hero. Suppose when we play characters who are villains are antagonists to heroes. Huh? Slapping more tags on it doesn't mean it's no longer a subgenre. For sure. And whatever tag or title they want to give it, right? Like, let's say a game came out and it was like dead up a clone of Overwatch. And they said, we are not a hero shooter. We are a class-based character shooter. Okay, fine. When people played that game, they would say it's an Overwatch clone. It feels just like Overwatch. The abilities are just like Overwatch. And they would probably quickly write it off, right? it doesn't really matter. Like if the game dev came out and said that, we'd all kind of roll our eyes and be like, yeah, sure, whatever you say, bud. It's clearly an Overwatch clone. And then, and Overwatch is literally inspired by, adjacent to, and derivative of Team Fortress. And Team Fortress was way back in the day when it was essentially class-based. I think they built that in the Quake engine, I believe. I think it was like a mod that they used. And so if you're going to, take those positions and those, those statuses, that's fine. If you call it something different than me, sure, we can move on from that. I think re-engagement's the biggest question, and I think that's where Marathon will struggle. I think we've made that point enough. The new updates on Crimson Desert. Yeah. We can kind of move on to that. We've got other things to discuss. I don't want to stay on Marathon the whole day. There are certainly other things to discuss and debate. And we have, hang on one second. There we go. We have Crimson Desert and then Steam Machine. So I've got two more things to watch with you guys, and one of them pertains to Crimson Desert, okay? Now, you guys know my thoughts on that. So I very, very much am curious, like, what are people thinking, saying, and experiencing that have gotten to see it up close? Because when we watched the New Game Plus thing, Luke Stevens was, like, basically saying it's impressive. Like, they pulled it off because the engine, it's a proprietary engine. This has been the big pushback anytime I've talked about Crimson Desert. People generally are like, well, there's a secret sauce in the engine. They managed to pull something off here, okay? We'll see. Hang on. That was not meant to be that. Yeah, I undid that. Okay. Supposedly say my P, cough high guard is marathon time, late 90s marathon. They tied it in, yeah. They mentioned one of the outfits, like one of the armor sets was like that. Look at what X Defiant struggle with, says Wheezy. Look at how Battlefield 6 is struggling. It isn't easy, as game is fun. You need a hook. Just being a derivative of a popular thing isn't the hook. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Xbox Store is promoting 60 FPS plus in their store for Crimson Desert. Yeah, let me pull up the vid here. And if you guys have not hit the like button yet on YouTube, do me a favor and do that. That is super, super helpful. And I'm going to make sure I don't blare you guys' eardrums out here. Hang on. I got to get us into new monitors. Wait, what happened? Oh, I went to the wrong section. Okay. There we go. Let's see. I got the boys at Digital Foundry talking about Crimson Desert. Hoodrich says, I want Marathon to fail. It's a waste of time and resources. There are certainly Destiny fans that feel like they're kind of frustrated that time and resources are being pulled from Destiny for a game that feels sort of like I think there's a lot of folks that feel like it's a lame duck. You know, I could see being a big I could see people being big Destiny fans and being like, I really wish they didn't do this. It seems like a lame duck. It seems like this thing's going nowhere. Guys, the like count moved by 1. Everybody double check. Make sure it's saving. Minimize chat. Come out of your lurk for just a second. Hit that little thumbs up. We should be able to get 15 likes super easy. Sometimes it doesn't move because I think people maybe forgot to, or they think they already have. So double check that really quickly. Okay. They already showed the game running on a PS5 Pro and it was 60 FPS. Unless they pull a mind's eye, I think they could do performance concern to bed. Here's why I'm not compelled by that, Corey. It's really, really easy to play tricks with vertical slices. It's really easy to do that. Also, the footage they showed, there was clear graphical degradation. Lighting, detail, shading, textures, the characters themselves. It did not look like some of the early footage of Crimson Desert that had me going, wow, that seems too good to be true. It really didn't. It super did not. Like, I really don't think so. The early footage that had me going, wow, like, that seems too good to be true. That footage that they showed that, like, oh, wow, that the performance looks slightly better. The degradation was undeniable. Crimson Desert looks worse every time I see it. Taking vertical slices as finished product. Yeah, you got to be real careful with vertical slices, especially for a big open world like that. And I don't know if the Digital Foundry video is going to help or hurt, because I got news for you. They watched this game on a pretty beefy rig, from what I can tell. So, I was getting a lot of frustrated people and criticism for my skepticism and doubt about Crimson Desert. And the more time has gone on, the degradation when they show the console stuff was noticeable. And now they're doing demos where it's on pretty strong PCs. So I think we're going to be looking at a game where you need a really, really strong rig. And, you know, if you're hoping for freaking 60 FPS or good performance on PC or console, well, on PC you're gonna need a strong rig. On console you're gonna be praying probably. Oh, I pushed the light back too far. Before we get into this video about Crimson Desert, I'm gonna need a quick break. All right. Double check that you don't have a renewal or something like that, and then I'll be right back, all right? Don't go anywhere. Still happens. That scared me. Humidifier's making noise. And a member plus from Vic's Vapor. Thanks so much. Let me add it to the total. I'm going to wait for that. It takes a second sometimes for the humidifier to not make that noise. Weezy says, vertical slices have always been the same as the end product. There's no history of that ever in marketing, for sure. Less concern for Crimson Desert since it's single player. Black Desert still runs bad on PS5 right now. Oh, it has to be pay to win, or at least it did. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about pay to win in a single player game. Yeah. No. Let's see here. Yeah, we were getting a pretty good number of people coming in for Crimson Desert, which is surprising. But I mean, I got it in the title, but like I was thinking we were going to get more people for Bungie and Marathon, but people are definitely looking for Crimson Desert stuff. So this will be time stamped. I'm going to react to the Digital Foundry boys talking about it. You guys that are big on hardware, you're going to have to help me with this segment, okay? Because they're going to be talking about hardware in the PCs that they watch this on. So many side conversations. I don't know how Lono follows chat. You have to learn to filter certain things out. Yeah. When there were people just going back and forth about certain things a little bit ago, I just don't pay any attention to it. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I just ignore it. Been waiting for Crimson in the Steam Machine info all morning. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to wait that long. Okay, the humidifier's not making that much noise. Okay, let me get this ready. Let me go over here, get the cap card sliced again. All right. Okay. My biggest concern for Crimson Desert, you guys know, I've said it time and time again, has been performance. Early looks at the game, I said it looked too good to be true. Even recent looks at the game on console, I feel like there's pretty noticeable graphical degradation. I got a clip here, the boys from Digital Foundry, they got to look at the game. So I'm going to be paying close attention to what was the game being played on and how did it look, what sort of tech is being leveraged. That is a concern, especially for console users. Like, right? Like, if you're going to be degrading your showcases, what's it look like at this CES demo that people got to look at? So let's take a look at what the boys over here at Digital Foundry had to say. I'm going to pause my music. Let's take a listen.
But Alex, I think we wanted to touch on something that's out of complete left field here. It has nothing to do with any particular technologies that we saw at CES. It was running, I believe, on a system at AMD's booth with a 9850X3D CPU and an RX 9070 XT GPU. So it does have that going for it.
Okay, weigh in. I mean, they'll probably weigh in. That sounds like a pretty strong system. I think that's like the CPU I have in like my rig, which I was told is pretty good. So weigh in, chat. That sounds pretty strong, right?
But this is actually a game. It's called Crimson Desert. Now, I did not actually overhear very much of your technical musings on this game. I know you're
That's better than my 50 series that I'm rocking? Okay.
speaking with a quite well-informed, I think, marketing manager for the studio there.
Oh, wait, you were talking about the
actually came away-
CPU. I'm sorry. It's the best new gaming CPU with more of a mid-tier GPU. Okay. That's about an RTX 5080. Okay, people are saying it's very strong. So the point is, not a weak system. Strong system that was playing this. Let's see how it ran.
Extremely impressed by this game. It's not on a commodity engine. It's not Unity. It's not even a Frostbite. It's certainly not Unreal. It's their own custom engine here. It's a game that kind of came out of left field. I think it's coming out in about 10 weeks or so.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but
And just to speak to the engine, we have heard time and time again that that's why I shouldn't be skeptical about performance and density of NPCs and enemies and like lighting, shadows, all those things. I shouldn't be skeptical because this is their engine and they've got wizardry in it. Listen, I love a good proprietary engine. Y'all know this. So I'm willing to kind of wait and see, but I still think that this thing's going to be tough to get to run well.
But you definitely had some interesting conversations, and you definitely saw some impressive tech.
So this is really cool. It's using the Black Space engine, as it's called, I believe. And it's pushing a lot of stuff that we see in other engines, but it's nice to see custom tech from what I believe is a Korean developer here, not using Unreal, and which they're very proud of. Is using a diffuse and specular, as they called it, path trace GI solution. We'll have to see what that means for the final product. That's what it was described as. So you'd get nice diffuse lighting across the scene, indirect lighting, as well as your specular reflections, which did mix with some SSR elements. But a lot of it still was RT reflections there. Really big range LOD with like very few imposters, if any imposters at all. Local RT lights, as it was described. I'm not sure if it's RT shadows or the lights are RT, as in the direct lighting is. I don't know about it, any of that. It's one of these things that I just have to look at.
I will say, even that footage they just showed there, that wasn't a raw recording. They were like recording like a monitor or whatever. It still just looks like they're doing a lot. Like there's lighting, there's reflections, there's shadows. He's got all this stuff coming off of him and he's moving really, really fast. These are just the hallmarks of games that struggle to run well and run consistently. Like we've seen this time and time again. So I'm still extremely skeptical about what this game is going to look like and run like on the consoles. You got a beefy rig, you're probably going to be able to have a good time with this game from what they're saying.
It was at AMD's booth, and it was running on this RX 9070 XT. It's 4K output, and they were running it at native res.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe using the game standard TAA.
It did not. The image quality
was left
room
some
for
to be
desired.
desired. Because it didn't look like FSR 4 native. Foliage was an issue, and I don't think FSR 4 would have issues with that.
No.
But yeah, this was running it looked like in like the 40 to 50 FPS region to my eye. That's where I'd throw it at.
It's kind of VRR'd.
It was VRR'd. Yeah. But the whole deal is the final game on AMD will be supporting FSR Redstone, and here it means the super resolution, FSR 4 super resolution, or just FSR as they call it now, or something like that. It'll be supporting MLFG, and it will also support ray regeneration, if I'm not mistaken. So this will be one of the titles with ray regeneration coming out in the future. Really cool to check out what that means. It was not running in this demo. We could not go into the options. This demo was also an older build, so it didn't have some other really cool tech. They have like a really awesome water simulation in the game with like tons of particles and
See, that's just one of the problems too with a demo like this. Is like you can't go into the settings and do anything because it's more than likely just a very, very thin slice of the game. Like this kind of a vertical slice, it's very, very easy to make that look impressive. I guess I shouldn't say easy. It's easier to make that look impressive than the final product. And they're running it native. It's impressive if it was running native with all this fancy stuff turned on, and they're in the 40s and 50s frames. They're using some kind of upscaling once the finished product is out there, especially upscaling on a console, or even if they're able to leverage PSSR. That level of sort of headroom that you're going to get within the engine for performance could be transformative and very, very helpful. But again, this one's interesting to me because that's been the continued concern that I've had, and it feels like they're being very protective. Like it's an older build, it was a demo, it's clearly a slice, and listen, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Like, be protective of the game. Don't let it be seen, in a rough state. But I would be very leery of this on console until we get some tech breakdowns and some reviews day one. If you've got a good solid rig, it seems like they've built a game that'll run fine in that environment. Console to me is still a pretty big question mark.
Actually has like flow to it and varying height. It isn't just like a deformable mesh that goes up and down and undulates. It does seem to be kind of like realish water based upon particles, which you don't see in almost any games, kind of like physics of old. So I'm going to cover this when it comes out. Hopefully, I hope I get enough lead up to release to make a larger video covering it, because it seems like a great PC-focused release here. from using custom tech, which is what we always want to celebrate on the channel. And I was
Yes, it does feel PC focused, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. Developers tend to focus on a platform usually, and if this is where they focus, that's just a good, that's a good heated warning, about maybe to hold off and wait. If you're worried about performance, if you're not concerned about performance or whatever, dive right in. I would much rather advise consumers to be cautious than just dive in and hype and get people all gung-ho. I'm always going to be advising caution on games like this where I feel like we haven't got a great look at it in raw gameplay on all the systems that it's going to be on.
Happy to be surprised with it and see it at the AMD booth, which, like I said, was pretty diverse. They had this little gaming corner, and it was probably the standout thing. One of the standout things I saw at the show.
Yeah, it's funny you say gaming corner because gaming was definitely put in the corner in a lot of areas with respect to CES this year. But this was a really standout title. I'd be really curious, for my own context here, I'd be really curious to see how this runs on consoles. It does seem to be doing some pretty impressive things. Reminds me a lot actually of Dragon's Dogma in terms of its overall look, overall scope.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a different angle on it, some more fantastical elements, less of that kind of like low fantasy vibe, maybe a bit of a more high fantasy vibe crossed with, I don't know, kind of some Forspoken almost in there.
Yeah.
With the way that the particles look and the
way you jump
crazy
across the
acrobatics.
Yeah,
that looks pretty cool. I am a little bit curious because they did talk about path tracing. It did not really necessarily look like a lot of other path trace games to me.
I think what they mean is that they are not maybe caching their stuff, as in there's not some sort of caching structure. Right. It was described as path trace GI. I don't know what that means necessarily. We're going to have to wait.
Yeah, and there definitely was like a lot of SSR in the mix with respect to the specular reflections there as well.
Yeah. That was obvious enough.
So interesting tech. I think they're really...
Yeah, it reminding them of Dragon's Dogma a bit. And Ollie, I think they're trying to be gracious because they got to look at a demo. And anytime, you get access to a game at a preview event, preview capture event, or a demo or something, I think it's completely fair to be gracious and to not jump to conclusions. But you could kind of hear Ollie, echoing what I'm saying, like, I don't know about console. We'll have to kind of wait and see. It's reminding me a little bit of Dragon's Dogma. I don't think he was taking a shot, but like Dragon's Dogma was a perfect example of a game that like it looked so good, so impressive, but then, when the rubber met the road, it struggled and it faltered with performance. And again, one of the reasons was you just had that density of NPCs in towns, and they realized all the NPCs were quote-unquote thinking and taking up CPU power, and that was causing the towns to be like the most egregious offenders, and then they were able, to rectify that and get it running quite a bit better. So I actually think that Crimson Desert can be a contender frontrunner and really a good nomination and even winner at the Game Awards. Like, they've got a lot in the game that I think is going to get a lot of praise and a lot of special attention, but if it runs like doo-doo, it doesn't really matter in my book. Like, I ran into that with one of my favorite games, Jedi Survivor, and I'm always going to come back to that one because it's like, you can build a great game. If it's not ready at launch and it doesn't run well, that doesn't really matter to me.
Really standout thing here to me is that it's new, novel technology. I think it might be based off of an evolution of their prior title, which I think was Black Desert, possibly.
Yeah, that's pretty old now at this point.
Quite old title. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this game lands. I'm really curious to see how it fares on consoles. And yeah, hopefully they can stick the landing on this one because I'm always a big fan of new technology, and it's quite rare that we see novel technology in games in terms of novel game engines. And it's even more rare that we see the introduction of a new game engine, new technology, to games from a developer that we maybe don't have like super crazy high expectations for. It wasn't necessarily on our radar.
Not super on the radar, no.
Yeah, not super on.
The other thing to think about here too is as they're talking and as this demo gets its reactions, are we going to see review access limited to PC? That's another cause for just, pump the brakes and wait, because if we see reviews hit day one and it's all PC and console review codes didn't go out, listen, we know the game at that point. We know the game that they're playing. They know that that's where the best version of their game lives. And so again, you need to proceed with caution if that's the case, because if they're really focusing on PC, nothing wrong with that. But if the reviews go out and it's getting like an 87 or an 88 and you're like, holy crap, what an amazing score. And it's like, yeah, it's only PC. Let's just hold off because it could have significant issues on console. I think this is a wait and see. I think that's enough, to pull from those boys over there at Digital Foundry. I think they do good work. I'm looking forward to their breakdown of how it performs when it comes out. Hopefully they can get review access to all platforms so we can get good side-by-sides and, good comparisons, because Crimson Desert could be one of the, tall standing games this year, but if performance struggles, that's a quick reason for me to shelve it until they fix it. I've done it with other games prior, and I'll do the same thing with that game. I don't put up with that. That's just, especially when there's so many games coming out, man. It's a stacked year. It's a stacked year, boys. So it's one of those things. Listen, I've stayed out of this pretty much all morning. East 0-0. Out of respect for me, you got to stop, and you got to stop coming in here and doing that anyway. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I'm being straight up double chest loaded real with you. You got to stop this crap. Like, you come in here, you bring up stuff that nobody's talking about so that you can wail on Microsoft, Xbox, or Jez Corden. That's not what my chat's here for, brother. I've been streaming for 3 hours. We haven't talked about Xbox or Microsoft or Windows Central. We haven't talked about them once. Like, quit coming in here and broaching that subject. We don't give a frick. I don't care what you think. I don't. If we're talking about that, then I care what you think. I don't care what you think about him, Windows Central, or any other Xbox outlet. That's not what we're talking about. We debated Marathon and live service for 3 hours, for 2.5 hours. And you're in here banging on your anti-Xbox drum. Like, come on, dude. Like, read the room. Like, I don't care if Creature was gruff with you. You need it. You really lack self-awareness, man. You come in here and you just stir stuff up that nobody's talking about, and I'm sick of it, brother. If I'm in here, going in on Xbox or going in on something that I don't like that they're doing, by all means, man, come in here and swing the bat. We're in here talking about Marathon and live service games and hero shooters and Bungie, and you come in just bringing those subjects up. I don't get it. Like, what's the point? You've made it clear. You've made it clear you don't like Jez. You've made it clear you don't like Xbox. You've made it clear you don't like Microsoft. Cool, awesome. We know that's an axe that you like to grind. Let's move on from that now. Let's move on from that. It's not serving a purpose. It's not serving a conversation. It's not serving the chat vibe. You know what I mean? Don't come in and be a vibe killer. We've been having a great day, and now you're making me be dad in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me be dad. Just come in and have fun and be cool. Jiminy Christmas. I don't like being dad. I like having a good time. I already am a dad. I don't need to be a dad on chat. So, Christopher Burnett, this was your question. What's the news and the updates on Crimson Desert? There you go. I hope that was helpful to you. I hope that was helpful to anybody, that's been kind of keeping an eye on that game. I think it could stand really tall this year. I think it could. Is it a bad time to use this? Xbox better? Jiminy Christmas. It wasn't even adjacent to the conversation today. Holy mackerel. You know what I mean? I got half a mind to pull the chat log to be like, what in the world? What was the first thing you said when you got here today? You know what I mean? I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Second comment. You're in here. All Xbox fans are blatant liars. Jiminy Christmas. You made it 4 comments and you were off topic, man. Come on. Come on. You can't do that. You can't do that. Jiminy. You made it 4 comments. Good Lord. I'm going to answer some of these questions because these are a little retroactive, but I know you guys want to get my thoughts on it. So I got a question here from Jazster. Jazster says, what if Marathon comes out first and Ark was second? Would it change anything? I mean, I don't know. You could try to re-knit this sweater 1,000 different ways. I think it still unravels because that showcase, man. It's the showcase. They showcased an alpha. The thing that kills me in this discussion every time it comes up is people ignore like the level of pride and like hubris. You got such an inflated sense of confidence if you're like, you know what? This is our brand new game. We're known for Halo. We're known for Destiny. We're going to showcase an alpha. What the frick? Imagine another company doing that. Imagine another company doing that. Like, people would be like, what are you doing? Think about like who's long-standing the guys behind like Final Fantasy 14. Imagine they come out and they're like, we got a brand new game, brand new live service game for you, and they showcase an alpha. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you're like, well, what if Marathon would have come out first and Arc second? It doesn't really matter how you knit this sweater. You could re-knit it and knit it a ton of different ways. They walked out and showcased an alpha, brother. The game wasn't ready. They worked on it for 7 years, and what they had to show was like bare bones, minimum viable product. I don't think in a year's time they've done enough work to make it last either. That's another thing that we didn't really talk about. Is like, how much do you really think that they built? Think about this. They've been putting out fires and responding to feedback, not building depth and density. Do you see? Like, they spent the last year in sort of reaction mode. That means they can't be proactive. When is Bungie at their worst? It's when they're in reaction mode. They're always like, oh, sorry, we'll fix that. Oh, sorry, we'll fix that. React. And then what that ends up doing? It creates debt. They don't have the bandwidth to create new, substantive, awesome content with depth because they've been reacting. They spent the last year reacting because they walked out an alpha. They walked out a minimum viable product. People are like, there's nothing here. So now what have they been doing? They've been reacting to content feedback. They've been reacting to community feedback. I think this is going to be like what happened to Anthem. Anthem spent all that time reacting to people's feedback, and people kept saying it was getting better and looking better and feeling better, and guess what? There was still no depth to the game. They weren't able to build depth. They weren't able to build content longevity and elasticity and like a trajectory for the game. They weren't able to do that because they were reacting. And I feel like this is the exact same scenario. They have spent the last 8 or 9 months just reacting. That's not a context where they're building depth and longevity. They're trying to get a game basically, feature complete for day one. Bear in mind, the brunt of Lono's logic is not about the quality of Marathon. It's the insane uphill battle that live service has to succeed. That's exactly right. And if you haven't been able to take the last 8 or 9 months and really dig down and think about, density and longevity, if that's not what you've been working on, I think that's going to be difficult. He lied and said Jez slept with my mom and my girlfriend. Nobody here knows if that's true or not. I'm kidding. Stereotypical idiot nonsense. I addressed Creature because he said something hypocritical earlier. Line insult isn't grown man action. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something I should have done a while ago. All right? You have a nice day. That's the end of it. Next question here. Given that Sony purchased Bungie because of their live service expertise, what makes you believe that they haven't thought about re-engagement for Marathon? It's not that they haven't thought about re-engagement. Okay? It's not that they haven't thought about re-engagement. It's that I don't believe the product itself was even really ready for that conversation. Like, you come out and you have minimum viable product. It's not ready. It's in alpha status. Okay. Do you really think they've even had the conversation about re-engagement? They're trying to get the game like feature complete to ship. That's not the time to be like, well, we got to think about re-engagement. Like, you're making sure the car is think of it like this. If you're getting ready to make a trip all the way across the United States, all right, and you're making sure that your car is ready for the trip, you've done the maintenance, the oil change, you've had the tire treads checked, you've taken it to the mechanic. Hey, this is what we're going to be doing, going to be putting a lot of wear and tear on the vehicle. You're making sure it's ready. If somebody came to you and said, what route are you taking? You'd be like, whoa, we haven't even gotten to that point yet. We're just making sure the car is ready. Like, that's the problem. Like, I don't even know if they've been able to get to that point to really think beyond, oh my gosh, we've got a crisis on our hands. We had a terrible bunch of feedback. The game's clearly in a minimum state. It's not ready. We stole artwork. Holy frick. I don't think there's a whole lot of room in that context to be talking about re-engagement. Bungie consulted on Concord. We have no evidence of that. I've not seen that reported anywhere, and I don't think that that's true. As far as we know, Bungie was not onboarded as the live service oversight that they're supposed to be doing. They were not onboarded in time to be a part of any oversight on Concord. Their first thing that they kind of stepped into the ring with was the game with Naughty Dog. There was an onboarding process, and there was a period of time where they weren't looking at anything. We have no evidence that they had anything to do with Concord. I've not seen it. You'd have to compel me. I don't think Bungie took a peek at that game. I was told by somebody at SIE that they were very secretive with Concord and that nobody got to see it or play it beforehand. Nobody. So I've heard the opposite of what you're saying. Like, nobody got to take a peek or play that game before it came out. It was a surprise to, like, everybody. You can't change your name for 13 days. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. You get what you deserve. That's the other thing, too, to this question. Listen, Zinthos, I do think this is a fair question. I think this is a fair question. You're like, listen, Loney, you talk about their expertise and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're also known for trying to build the plane in the air, and I don't think you can do that with a game like this. Hang on. Zubair said something that I meant to read. I feel like there's a logical fallacy in that question, but I don't know what it's called. Oh, this? Given Sony purchased Bungie for their live service expertise, what makes you believe that they haven't thought about re-engagement for Marathon? This question here. Yeah, you're bread and butter for the next 2 weeks, dude. Enjoy it. You bread that freaking butter. Do it. If I already banned someone, there you go. You can join them. I'm on the inside, obviously. That's right. Got another question here from Christopher Burnett. The voice actress who played Shiva in Resident Evil 5 teased on social media that fun things are in store for the 30th anniversary of Resident Evil in March, hinting at big announcements. Well, there's theories that we were going to see something last night about like other remakes with respect to Code Violet or whatever it was called. Yeah, I would say that's a very high probability. I think the pattern is no question there. I've said that you guys can use that question command now if you just want to like submit something for me to react to. This isn't like when I was streaming Destiny, like we wanted to keep it like rigidly Q&A. You guys can use that command to just submit something and just get my reaction to it. People yesterday were pretty clear that there was some other kind of remake coming. Yeah, I would say that they're going to continue to go back through and be doing remakes. I don't see why not. They've had such success with it. It's very likely. And if she's teasing exciting things in March, yeah. What would make sense to me is, I thought last night they might announce like a teaser or just announce something's entered production. It's possible they're not going to do that until RE9 has kind of had its day in the sun. Right? Should be fine. My wife's asking if we can watch these kids tonight. I'm like, that should be fine. It doesn't look like she's going to have to stream with me. Destiny S in some cases is very sad because players have high hopes and get attached to certain games, and it turns out to be an unpleasant experience despite many years in dedication. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Thank you for 44 months, Giza over there on purple, getting us to 379. The talent that made Bungie hasn't been there for a long time. Nobody got a peek at Concord except Holst. Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence that Bungie got a look at Holst. No stream with Madam tonight. It's not looking like it. No, I'll stream tonight. Those will be. I don't even know because that's not. We can't even leave that stream public. It's not going to be something worth leaving on the channel. You know, we'll do it. We'll hang out. We'll have a good time. But Madam, the weekly goal for Madam is 500, man. You know. I'm not gonna to beat on that drum for the entirety of the stream, man. I'm making content. I'm talking about the news. Hit it or don't. That's the facts. If she doesn't come up, if she doesn't show up, she doesn't show up. It's just the way that we run those incentives. It was like when we were doing the IRL streams on the weekend. I'm happy to do it, but you know, if you want those IRL streams on the weekend, like in the deck, we gotta hit the goal. It's like the steak and the ketchup. You want me eating the ketchup on steak? You gotta hit the goal. You know what I mean? Thank you, Siege, for bumping the line to 380. Maybe he's trying to tempt that 20 bomb. We'll see. Let me clear the question command, by the way. There we go. I don't mind having the goal and doing the fun things, but like, dudes, we can't have that be something that I'm wailing on all week long. Like, I don't mention it as much as I used to because I'd rather just be making content. Can we get another dispatch stream? Shut the freak up. Has 191, I'm happy to answer your question, but the question command won't work if you're not a member. You said, do you think CD could have Witcher 3 levels of potential and surprise? I mean, I think The Witcher 4 is going to be, if as far as I can tell, they're building an excellent game. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I trust CD Projekt Red to do good work. They did really good work. They did really good work. I'm trying to talk here. They did really good work with Phantom Liberty. They did really good work with Cyberpunk over the years, improving it. They did really good things with The Witcher 3, fixing bugs and then adding really great DLC that people loved. Yeah. You use the tip command? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have my phone is silent, so I won't know if I get an email. Thank you so much. Perfect image. $6 tip says Fortnite, Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Genshin Impact, Grand Theft Auto. Okay, you're listing a bunch of games. What's the difference of all these games that people go back to one of these games? Well, but all of these games have had their own struggles of maintaining player base. Helldivers 2 is dealing with it. New content makes a bunch of people come back and then the player base numbers settle down. Diablo 4 really struggled for a while. Warzone's always dealing with that. Ups and downs. Grand Theft Auto Online and Warframe and League of Legends, they've got like an ongoing core audience that doesn't seem to want to quit. Genshin Impact has got global popularity. It's also gacha. Fortnite, Apex Legends, they obviously are always dealing with player base numbers fluctuating, and Destiny's player base numbers have never been lower. So like, there's differences between all those games for sure, and there's different reasons that people come back, and there's different reasons that people engage and enjoy or don't enjoy, right? Every game is a little bit different. The question that you continue to have to ask when you're trying to launch a new live service game is, how are you going to get people to plant their flag in your new game? Is that an NES back there? It's a Lego set. Yeah, the TV and the Nintendo and the controller, they're all made out of Legos. I was wrong. Firewalk and Concord incubated under probably monsters, and Bungie was rumored to have suggested to Sony that they keep Concord and kill Tlu. I've never seen any report that would make me lay Concord at Bungie's feet. I'd have to see some pretty hard evidence that they were like, yeah, this thing's good to go. Yeah. I don't know. You'd have to have some kind of a new, very, very compelling piece of evidence that like Bungie looked at it. I don't think that had anything to do with it. If there's one thing that seemed pretty clear about Concord is they got super insulated, and they were all about that toxic positivity, man. The Lego set's dope. Game Boy one's good too. Yeah, Alex, his name over there on Twitch is Fizzban. He gifts a lot. He sent that. It was very kind of him. Yeah. You want a Dreamcast Lego? Probably not going to happen. You'd probably have to have somebody draw up their own set, and then you'd have to go buy all the pieces for it. Concord was just an echo chamber. It's widely known. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Highguard's in a similar vein. That it's just so insulated, and yeah, it's a problem. A question here from Trey. Good to see you, Trey. I'm actually excited for Marathon as being a big shooter guy, and I think it looks good. But what do you think has to happen for people to take the game to make it a hit? I really think they missed the train. I think they got to the train station and already left. I think the public just moved on. I think some people's minds are being changed. I think people that were already kind of, invested are like, oh, it looks better. I think there's measurable drop in interest in the game. I don't think they're going to have enough people. Dreamcast Lego, it would just get pirated. Now, we don't need to be unkind. Like, that's just mean, man. That's just cold. That's just cold, man. Developed in complete secrecy is a bad omen. Yep. Indeed it is. Indeed it is, boys. We'll see. Not trying to lay it at their feet, just admitting I was wrong. I misremembered what I read. For sure. I think it's better, in the case of Concord, to lay blame at Herman Hulst's feet. Because he really thought they had a winner. And it's like, I think he should be very humbled by what happened to be like, you know what? You need to lean on different people for assessment of live service viability. Because you didn't just swing and miss here. You fell down. Like, this wasn't like, oops, that was a bit of a strikeout. It's like, no, you missed the ball and you fell down. Like, it's bad. Like, it's embarrassing. So, yeah, there was rumors that we were going to get a Prince of Persia remake, like, shadow dropped today or something. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you just randomly do that? It seems like the update that made it seem as though they're going to be able to just, like, drop the game, like, play it today. That's probably preparation for a future event. I could see... I don't know if they've ever done anything with Xbox, so maybe the developer direct. I don't know. Maybe there's a state of play in February they're getting ready for, and they're going to literally say, play it today. I don't think you would randomly shadow drop a game unless it's at an event. Whether it's the developer direct, which doesn't make sense. I feel like the developer direct is kind of reserved for games that have already been marketed and they're coming. I don't know if they would do a surprise. I mean, maybe they would, but I feel like if I'm Xbox and I'm going to do a surprise shadow drop, I feel like they would do that with one of their own games. I could be wrong. So I don't know. I definitely was not compelled that they would just randomly be like, hey, Prince of Persia remake, it's available now. I think I was like, what? No one's going to respond to that. They'd be like, why would you just randomly do that? I don't think it'd be good for your sales. 25 months from WGC bumps the line to 381. Do you think Steam runs through its first allotment of Steam Machine and then holds off until the RAM SSD market stabilizes, or do they raise prices? Perfect time for that question. We need to go to that segment. Okay? I didn't cover Steam Machine price. Reason I didn't cover Steam Machine price, it didn't feel right. Something felt off. The whole thing stunk. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. What is this? We know it's going to be not cheap, but something about it didn't feel right. So I did not like make a video about it. I didn't go and like you know, oh, Steam Machine's going to be so expensive, right? I got a video from Deck Ready. He's claiming that he's debunked those prices that leaked. I want to look at why he thinks he's debunked those prices that leaked. It kind of comes back to the fact that those outlets were resellers. Okay? Resellers, boys. So I think the prices were padded. This is why I respect Embark more and had more faith in Arc Raiders as a product. They were willing to make a pretty big tectonic shift, for sure. Where's my video? Hang on. I don't want to blare you guys out here. Okay. Okay, I'm getting ready here. I've got this vid for you guys. Okay. And if you guys are going to try to hit that goal, you got about a half an hour or so, roughly. Okay? We saw a picture you showed, Lono, about a Steam machine a couple of days ago, 650 to 700, some guy was claiming. Oh, yeah, like when D-Batch claimed that. He got community noted, though, because it's not been, the price hasn't been announced. I wasn't showing that to claim it was real. I showed it and said, where's he getting this information? How does he know the price? So, all right, let me run this video here. This is from Deck Ready. Remember to support the original creators. The links will be provided below. The Steam Machine pricing is going to be a huge debate and question mark until they finally say what it is, but the recent leaks apparently have been debunked. I wanted to cover it once the dust settled. The dust is settled. This is a video from Deck Ready. Let's see what he has to say.
A bunch of people in the games industry are reporting a leaked Steam Machine price and saying it's dead on arrival. So we should just take them at face value, right? I don't think so. How's it going, everyone? As always, my name is Jimmy Champagne. This is Deck Ready, my channel all about Steam hardware. I hope you're having a great weekend playing a ton of video games. Look,
how's it going to have the name Jimmy Champagne? That's like a gangster name. Go get Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy Champagne. Anyway, let's just get back to the video. Sorry.
I'm going to level with you. I just really want to hit 100,000 subscribers. So whether you're new here or you've been here for a while, subscribe, set your notifications to all. You'll continue to get great videos like this one. And it's a single topic video because the whole Steam Machine world blew up today when I took a day off to go get a haircut and watch my mom's house while she had workers there because she was at work. But this is something that I just couldn't ignore. So while I was sitting...
Okay, help him get 100K. He's really close, y'all. He's at 99.7. That's a huge milestone for him, and I can already tell this guy makes good content, right? This guy makes good content. All right, let's see what happened. This is what happened. I didn't cover it, but this is going to be your summary.
Sitting there on the couch editing some ads for the channel, I got a bunch of X notifications. I even got some emails from you guys sending me a store page from a Czech Republic retailer that has listings for the Steam Machine. And they don't have prices on these pages, but people did the inspect element thing and they were able to find some placeholder prices. For the 512 gig model, it equals out to like $950-ish, and for the 2 terabyte model, it equals out to $1,000 plus 70, so $1,070. That's a really hard number to say, $1,070. So immediately people just took that at face value, started tweeting it out. Articles went up. They were saying it's dead on arrival at that price. They were doing the whole console war thing. And I, instead of doing that, decided to do about 2 to 3 minutes worth of research. And I looked at...
That is such a... That's such a common feel that I've had over the years. Is you're like, wow, everybody's really upset. And then you do like 2 minutes of research and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is not that big of a deal. We still don't know what the price is yet.
Into this website, and it turns out they're not really like Best Buy here in the United States, right? Like they're a big storefront. I had it confirmed to me by someone who lives in the Czech Republic, but they're mostly a reseller. So like used, refurbished, some new stuff. That's what ends up on this website. So I decided to do a little searching. I found the 512 gigabyte Steam Deck OLED, and I did the conversion of the math on the price, and they're selling it for over $200 more than its MSRP. Same goes.
You got to keep this in mind. I think this is really good work here. Like a reseller is going to add to the price because they're a reseller, right? Like this makes sense. This is why something didn't feel right from the very beginning when I saw these prices. I don't think it's going to be super cheap. I don't think you're buying a Steam machine for like $500, $600. I think that's going to be tough. Like maybe. I think it's going to be in that $700 or $800 range roughly. but that just didn't feel right. The prices felt not just inflated, but the source felt like, okay, maybe they're placeholders, maybe they're increased or what have you, and now we kind of know why.
For the 1 terabyte OLED, and then I checked some other products, and it's basically like anywhere from $200 more to like 100% markup. Sometimes they double the price overall. So clearly, even if they are going to sell this thing at those prices, that doesn't really tell you anything about what the actual price is going to be. And on top of that, I thought this was common knowledge, but Valve does not sell through third-party retailers in any other country in the world except for Japan. There might be a couple outliers, but like for the vast majority of them, the United States, the European Union, which I'm 99% sure Czech Republic is in. That was sarcasm. They've been in the European Union since like 2004. The only way to buy a brand new Steam Deck is to load up Steam or go to steamdeck.com, which will then open up Steam, log into Steam, buy it through Steam. It'll show up at your house, shipped through Steam. In Japan, they use a separate website, and that kind of bit them in the butt because on the announcement day of the Steam machine, that Japanese storefront uploaded the pages like over an hour early, and we were able to get images of all the things that were going to be announced, and it really helped me get my video out quicker, so I'm not really complaining. But yeah, in most
yeah, and I think this is also helpful information. Like, if they're going to be sold on resellers, you know you're going to be paying a markup. It would almost be like somebody having a placeholder on eBay, like they're planning on buying a bunch of these and then increasing the price so that they can make a profit.
Most of the countries around the world, the vast majority of them, the only way to buy Steam hardware is through Valve. And I even saw some people who had that pointed out to them coming out and saying, well, maybe this is them confirming that they're going to sell it through third-party retailers. And there are plenty of interviews out there with Valve from when the Steam machine came out where they specifically straight up say, we're selling it the exact same way as we did the Steam Deck and Steam Deck OLED. So I would guess at launch, there's going to be a reservation system. You put your money down, they give you a spot in line. Once they hit that spot in line, they ship it out. And then once they get through that initial order wave, you'll just be able to buy them on demand. But for all intents and purposes, the only way to buy a Steam machine, a Steam frame, or a Steam controller separately is going to be through Steam. So like this whole website, as big as it is, as legitimate as it is, does not fit anywhere into the equation of buying a Steam machine. But even if we do the math, like take the $200 markup they're charging on the Steam Deck OLED and apply it here, what does that make the Steam machine? Well, for the 2 terabyte, that would make it $870. And for the 512 gig, that would make it $750. And
I said 700-800, right? That was my guess. I've not watched this yet. I wanted to see how he was going to debunk the pricing. I don't think that's going to be a huge shock, especially with prices going up on stuff. This I think is a clear and solid guess. I'm curious as to what he's going to say. When Linus asked them about pricing like a console around 500, they did not seem to be wanting to do that at all. So I think it's going to land in that threshold of price.
Honestly, I think $750 is a great price. I remember talking about multiple times Moore's Law is Dead, adding up the actual parts in this thing and getting to like $425 as the cost to manufacture it. Obviously, they're going to have to mark it up, but they do save some money shipping it themselves and not using third-party retailers. But that was all before the whole RAM explosion happened, and I understand that you don't want it to be higher than $500 or $600 because that's what the PlayStation 5 costs. But if the price of this thing ends up being around there, the price on all that other stuff is going to go up relatively. They're all going for the exact same parts. They all need RAM, they all need chips manufactured, they all need mass storage for inside the actual device. So if the Steam machine has to come out at a little bit of a higher price, it's not like PlayStation is going to lower the price of the PS5 or even keep it the same. There are more price increases coming for everything, whether it's the PlayStation 5, a pre-built gaming PC at Micro Center, the Switch 2, the Xbox Series X, the list goes on and on. So
yeah, I think the consoles are going to do their best, kind of like PlayStation did last year when they talked about it in their earnings call. They're going to do their best to wait to the last possible moment. They know that raising the price is not ideal. It's not something they want to do. They know that it hurts demand. They know that it hurts sales. Like we're seeing evidence of hardware sales taking a hit because of that. So I don't think he's wrong here. I think more price increases are likely coming. I don't know enough to speculate how much and when, but I just know they're going to do everything they can to wait as long as possible. But eventually it probably becomes inevitable. If the RAM price starts hitting them, if tariffs continue to beat them up, there's plenty of reasons why you're eventually going to hit these walls of, yeah, we got to bump the price again. And so that is a huge factor in hardware, consoles, PCs, all of it. Going forward, it's a lot of unknowns. All we can really confidently say is there is a high likelihood that prices, continue to go up at certain intervals. No matter how long they wait and try to stay the tide, it's likely coming.
The entire market is going to scale up. It's not just individual products that are going to get random price increases or level offs. And I've never been the kind of person who needs this thing to like capture the entire PlayStation user base. I think a lot of PlayStation's user base is stuck in place because they've spent the last 2 generations buying tons and tons of games on their PlayStation Network account, or at the very least they've added them to their account through PlayStation Plus Essential. They like that hardware. They're probably not really willing to jump ship because they own a fuck ton of digital games that they'd lose access to if they sold their PlayStation 5 and
Sorry, I didn't realize this wasn't safe for work. He seemed like he was cruising in the safe for work content style. Sorry about that. For those of you that enjoy my content, not having swear words in there, he dropped one. But I don't think he's incorrect here. But I also think the thing to keep in mind, it's not necessarily about flipping PlayStation users. A lot of PlayStation users could see this as a nice additive purchase if they really like the idea of being able to play those Steam games in their living room, okay? I don't think necessarily you're trying to get them to switch, okay? The issue is going to be price. If you're a PlayStation user and you're like, man, I like my PlayStation, I'm getting great performance out of the base PS5 or the Pro, I got a good library. Oh, wow, some of those AA titles and indie titles or some of those games I see that you can only wish list, during future game show or what have you, is having access to those games in your living room going to be worth $700 or $800? That's the question. Can you get people to make this an additive purchase? Something that's more of like a sidecar, it's there and they like it, right? I think that's going to be the issue, is that the value prop to existing console users isn't, hey, replace your console. It's, hey, this will give you access to stuff your console can't get access to. Is that worth the sticker price? That, I think, is the real question, not if you can get people to flip.
Bought a PC, and the idea of starting over now seems absolutely crazy. The same thing goes for people on the Switch 2. I don't think there's a lot of people sitting there playing their Switch 2 angrily like, man, I really wish this thing had the performance of a PS5 Pro, right? Like, that would be good, but they're obviously happy with the Switch 2 if they're playing it and buying games on it. On the Xbox side of the fence, I think those people are more interested in getting into PC gaming, but like, I think the vast majority of anyone who switches is going to go for Windows and get an ROG Xbox Ally or an Ally X and use the Windows full screen experience. Like, yeah, there will be some bleed over to Steam, but like, I think people are mostly firmly planted in their camps, and if they discover PC gaming, they'll want to look up the Steam machine. But I don't think there was ever really a future where this thing was going to take over the entire industry and get 500 million users right out of the gate.
I completely agree with this, and I don't think that's what Steam is hoping for. I don't think they could even have production scale to like compete with a Nintendo or PlayStation for market saturation. Like, they're not going to have the production scale for that, nor are they going to have the aims to do that. I think their goal is a lot of their users that have like mid-level and low-end PCs are going to see this as like an easy upgrade. Just an easy upgrade. $700 or $800? Yeah, sure. That's an easy choice if you're already in that threshold of power anyways. And then you can take it right into your living room and have that ease of use.
Thought that was realistic. So I think the real goal of the Steam machine is to just make it easier to play Steam games. Like, I already have a really good gaming PC with a 9070 XT, a 9800 X3D that has SteamOS on it. It runs games great, but I'm just excited to get the Steam machine for things like the form factor, the fact you can turn it on with the controller, the fact that the Bluetooth is set up right so you can have multiple controllers connected at the same time and sit more than 3 inches away without getting interference, the direct connection to the Steam frame, the boutique experience of SteamOS getting actual updates tailored to the hardware. There's a lot of reasons that it's more than just a bunch of parts in a box, and that's all besides the point that they fit this into a chassis that's the size of a Kleenex box that's getting essentially PS5 level performance. So like, if
well, and for him, if you've got a really high level rig, he's not buying this for high level performance. He's buying this for mid level console performance, playing something like a Vampire Survivors or, you know, any of the number of games that have come out that you don't need high level performance in, like a Silk Song or something. That to him, you got to consider the high end users as well. They will see this as an easy purchase. If they've already invested tons of money into their PC, this is an easy purchase for them. You got a couple thousand in your PC. What's $700 or $800 to you? That's nothing, especially if you're not buying it for the performance. You're buying it for the convenience.
If they sell it at $700 or $750, I'm not comparing it to console prices. It's not a console, it's a PC, and PC parts are more expensive. So like, yeah, if you want Valve to like grab you by the neck and drag you to the store and say, look, we made this thing cost $500, abandon PlayStation 5, you're going to be disappointed when it comes out, and you're going to continue to be disappointed as time goes on. And while I would be kind of disappointed to see it come out at $1,000 for sure, like I'm not even going to try and work my way around that one, honestly, I would still probably buy it if we're being real, because I am extremely excited for it. And I don't think Valve would be lying if they came out and said, look, like the pricing situation, we tried our best. We need to make a little bit of money on this thing. We don't want to sell it at a loss. I would take their word for it, because there have been so many examples. Even before I started this channel, I was going to say so many examples over the past 3.5 years of doing this channel or so. But in the entire time,
that's good feedback. You can stream your high-end rig right to it. This is also true. It's a great additive purchase for everybody. It's a great additive purchase for a PlayStation or an Xbox owner. It's a great additive purchase for a high-end PC, you know, user. And it's a great upgrade for anybody on a mid-level or low-level rig. It really is. Like, I think the thing's going to do fine. It's not going to knock the door down and rival Switch saturation, but I think it's going to do very well.
That I've been a Steam gamer, the reason that I keep coming back to Steam and I didn't jump ship to the Epic Game Store because of all the free games or like, you know, any of the other storefronts on PC is because they've always been consumer friendly. They've always been player first, consumer first, and generally speaking,
I love that he said consumer friendly and not pro-consumer. Oh, thank you. That's such a better term.
When they get to a fork in the road where there's like an easy route that would make them more money but kind of hurt consumers, or a little bit more difficult route that would result in more people having more fun playing games on Steam, they always, 9 times out of 10 at least, I can't even think of the 10th example, but I'll just cover my ass there, they choose the second path. And that's why I think Steam is where it is today. It's just a great experience that's player first. And just to like cover all my bases, because I guess I'm kind of taking a stance here on something that shouldn't even be an argument, videocards.com with a Z, they're a good source whenever anything leaks. Like after all the podcasts happen, if you want some extra context, I usually check out their articles. They pointed out that this happens all the time, specifically with Czech Republic storefronts or European storefronts. They know a product is coming, they want it in their system, they create a public store page, they put in a random price, and they don't show it publicly because you're not meant to know it. They just need to fill in a number to get it in their database, so they take a wild guess at whatever the price is going to be. And this site just guessed it was going to be $1,070 for the 2 terabyte and $950 for the 512 gig, and that's what they landed on. So yeah, I'm just like really sick of the doomering and the black pilling and like always looking at the worst possible option for everything. I think it's probably going to end up being somewhere in the middle, because that's where everything ends up. There are extreme outliers where the worst possible thing happens, and there are even rarer outliers where the best possible thing happens, like where this thing comes out at $450. But usually everything falls right in the middle. So I'm expecting it to be somewhere between $600 and $800, like for both of them. Like the cheaper one will be closer to $600, the more expensive one will be closer to $800. And I think that price is more than fair. We don't even know how this thing runs games. They haven't shown gameplay yet. I'm assuming they're kind of holding back on revealing it.
I think that is the one piece that people have been like, yes, people were quick to jump and overstate, like, oh, this is the price, this is a ripoff. I also think people have been quick to overstate performance of this thing because of the stats that they've been bragging about. Like, it's going to be a 4K 120 machine. Just slow down. Just slow down. Let this thing get into the market and into the hands of guys at Digital Foundry and let them do some of the testing, because there's going to be an awful lot of rubber hitting road here where people realize this is not a high performance machine. It's not designed to be that. The minute you get beyond $800, I think it's going to be a little bit of a tougher sell for people because of that reality, that it's not a high performance machine. That's where it is going to be, I think, tougher. The minute you get beyond 800 and closer to 1,000, you're going to have people kind of pumping the brakes. That's just my opinion.
Anything until they're positive they can actually release it when they want to. But, when they're ready to show it off, you know where to check. Deck ready. I'm going to have a video up as soon as I possibly can. So subscribe to the channel, set your notifications to all. But yeah, for the regular...
Guys, go ahead and make sure and support the original content. Deck ready on YouTube. I can put a link in chat. I didn't do that for the last 2 videos. For the marathon video, I didn't really need to do that because it's an advertisement video. Like, we don't need to promote Marathon's YouTube channel, but I will provide the link below for the marathon video. And the Digital Foundry one I forgot to post in chat. That'll be linked below. I'll get you guys that link as well. Support Deck Ready. Give them a sub. Solid content. Couldn't agree more about how this thing's going to land and where the prices are going to be. And, check him out there if you want to get good coverage of when it actually comes out. So, yeah, that's a solid video, and I think that's just really, really good, thoughtful coverage of, like, yeah, this thing, you got to be careful when these kind of rumors and leaks happen. It can be very, very easy to doom and gloom it. So, here, let me skip this song. Well, boys and girls, it's 1 o'clock, and we're running out of time here. So do what you're gonna do if you're gonna do it. We got a couple of questions here. You guys can submit questions. We could keep it going here for a little bit. Thanks for an amazing turnout on a Friday. I greatly appreciate it. Fridays for a while there were it was a bit of a rough day for us, but today has been phenomenal. So thank you for that. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Like what he said too, make sure your bell button is set to all on notifications. It keeps getting switched to personalized for me on some of the channels that I follow. So make sure and double check that. Hang on, I'm trying to close my script here from earlier. There we go. So I got a question here from good to see you, Igor. A question here from Trey. Do you think that with the success of Ark, will it throw more interest towards Marathon with people looking for that Ark style itch? Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing you got to realize. Ark Raiders poses both a potential on-ramp for Marathon, but it also poses... Oh, I got a gifted for FCAT. I need to add. I am so sorry. You did that during a react, and I don't like interrupting. Thank you. We're at 382. Thank you so much for doing that, Ganks. Ganks said he wanted that Madam stream for his birthday. Looks like he's not getting his birthday wish. I think that Ark Raiders can serve as an on-ramp, but also a barrier. I think it's probably a higher probability of serving as a barrier because people are going to be like, I already kind of have a game like that I play. I don't need another one. That's $40 people are going to feel like they don't have to spend if they don't want to. Especially if they feel like they've kind of already got something scratching that itch. There's also sunk cost. You got a lot of people that have spent a lot of time in Ark Raiders. It's going to be really, really easy for them to just go back home. To be like, I got stuff back there to work on. I got stuff back there to grind. I got quests to work on, Ark Raiders can drop new content, new arcs, new weapons, new whatever, and that's a lot of magnetism to pull people right back home. So it could serve as an on-ramp. It could serve as an off-ramp because there are people that want PvP out of Ark and they're not really getting it. And maybe that's going to be something that they say. They might say that, oh, this is a bit of an off-ramp for me. I'm going over there. I'm going to go over there and play my PvP little heart out, and I'm going to enjoy that. I mean, that certainly is a possibility that we end up seeing. So, okay, I got the chat popped out over there for purple. I keep having to not see it when I pull up questions. I've got that fixed now. Got a question coming in here from Lone Wolf. He says, are you planning on playing Lords of the Fallen 2 for the channel? If so, what are you wanting out of it? Obviously, I don't want it to have any of the performance issues or struggles or jankiness that, Lords of the Fallen had at launch. That's not something we want to see, That's not something we want to see. That was a huge turn off for me. I'll be honest, I just continue to kind of lose my my palate for those kinds of games. You know, I don't feel the draw anymore. I feel like it was a phase. You know what I mean? Everybody had their goth phase and their punk rock phase. Maybe some of you guys are still in that phase, you know. I definitely feel like I went through a pretty short phase with those kind of games. And don't really feel the magnetism to them anymore. Especially when they don't have what makes From Software games so memorable. I don't know. I feel like I played the pinnacle. It's not a phase, Mom. You know, I feel like I played the pinnacle. I've seen the mountain. You know, I played Sekiro. I don't. Here's the difficulty. As soon as the fail rate hits a certain point, my motivation evaporates. Right? Fail rate for you guys that like these types of games, it like activates something in you. It doesn't do that with me. If I'm fighting a boss, and especially right now with like my player habits. So like last night, I didn't play any Control. I just played Mario Galaxy with Madam. We're working on Mario Galaxy 2. We're getting a crown on every galaxy. It's actually kind of difficult, but it's really satisfying. We're getting really close to the end, and I think we're doing really well. The controls are not great, especially if you have to use the motion controls, like when like Mario's on the ball. Those are like the worst levels because the motion controls are not very good. They didn't do a good job porting that aspect of it. But, you know, I didn't even play Control. Let's say I did. You know, I can play Control for 45 minutes or an hour and then shut it off and go play Mario with her. That's really, really difficult to do with a game like Lies of P or Lords of the Fallen 2. Like, that's really, really difficult to do. You can't just, like, play for 45 minutes. You get stuck on a boss, and this is kind of me. I know everybody's different. I kind of have to stay in the trenches, and then, you know, I eventually beat the boss. I have a really hard time, like, dipping in and out of a game like that. Like, oh, almost got him. All right, I'll be back here tomorrow. Let me try again. Now, maybe I need to adjust as a player. Maybe I'll play better if I do that. Maybe some people used to say that. They're like, yeah, I couldn't beat him, and I came back the next day, and I got him on my second try, right? Fresh eyes, fresh hands, you play better. So maybe I need to adjust how I play and just be like, yeah, it's okay. I tried the guy 3 or 4 times tonight, didn't get him. I'm going to shut down and, you know, play a co-op game with Madam. I'll try again tomorrow. And maybe my proficiency in the game goes up because of that. I don't know. Maybe my stubbornness and my temperament and like me, you know, the way I approach these games, maybe that's part of the reason that I get kind of turned off, because I'm insistent and stubborn, and I'm like, no, I'm going to beat this right now. I'm going to beat this boss right now. I'm not going to quit until I beat this boss. Like, that is, you know, that is certainly a possibility. Fresh eyes, fresh hands, can't lose. That's right. I was playing Fallen Order for the first time. It's been good. Jedi Fallen Order is a great game. It really is. Yeah. It's a fantastic game. All right, I think we covered everything we had planned on covering today. Crimson Desert, the Bungie Marathon thing, the Steam Machine. Yeah. All right, boys. We're gonna have to call it here in a little bit. I can give you like maybe 10. I don't know if you guys are gonna try and rally. If not, that's fine. We'll call it. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what we do on a Friday when we don't unlock Madam. I hadn't even really thought about that. We are no longer doing members-only content because it's harmful to the channel. We do members stuff in the Discord now. Yeah. I don't know what we do on a Friday night. With just me. What's the news on the Steam Machine? We watched a video about from Deck Ready about Steam Machine price. That leak basically he basically debunked it. Yeah. Sometimes I can lose over and over on a boss for hours and come back the next day and beat him first or second try. You know, maybe I need to boot up one of these games, take another crack at it, and see how it goes. I got too many things in the backlog to do that right now. So, yeah. Let's see. It's 1:07. I will give you guys 10 minutes, and we're going to go to Green Room. And I wanted to test the timer anyway today, so let's test it, okay? Green Room, let's set it for 10 set start. Okay, so now if I switch scenes and I turn this on, look at that. That's beautiful. I fixed it. Okay, perfect. The timer is now unaffected by scene switching. Perfect. I knew that was going to fix it. I knew that was going to be the solution. Okay, good. So we're going to go to Green Room in 10 minutes, y'all. 10 minutes. We can do the extend thing. Yeah, Wired Rope comes in with the 5 bomb. Boom, there it is. What did we say? 2 minutes? That's what we said, right? We said 2 minutes for a 5 bomb. There we go. Wired Rope just bought you guys a little bit more time to unlock Madam. Thank you so much, Wired Rope. Like a mini subathon, y'all. Thank you so much. One thing I learned is frustration does not help with boss fights at all. So a break is needed. I'm like this conflicted, I don't know. A VIP comes in from Po Buddies Nerfic. Thank you so much. Let me add that to the total 388 on the week. There's the part of me that's both frustrated, but the part of me that's also stubborn, and they sort of fight with each other. The frustrated part of me is like, dude, just quit and take a break. This is stupid. You need to calm down. You need to chill out. This is so annoying. Let's just stop for a little bit. And then the stubborn part of me is like, no. I'm not going to take a break. We're going to beat this. And they, you know, the stubborn side wins most of the time. The stubborn side wins. So I just keep going, you know. And eventually, you know, I'll either beat it or just get so mad that I'm like, yeah, I'm out. What do you think of the shells in the marathon vid doc? I reacted to it earlier today in the stream. There'll be a timestamp if you want to watch that later when we're done here. I largely feel like they come across as heroes. It feels like a bit of a hero shooter now, more than ever before. And I feel like that's just going to make it too familiar for a lot of people. You know? I feel like it's just going to be too familiar. Stone Spire is going to bump the line by 1 and get us to 389. Stone Spire wants that 10 bomb to 400. That 10 bomb will buy you guys some more time as well. It'll buy you 4 minutes. He's wanting to see that 400. This man comes in on his lunch break and he does these perfect little setups. I wasn't here for the Crimson Desert section. Rinsler beats him to it and gets us to 390. And then another one comes in from Stone Spire, putting us 9 away. Does it work? Does it look worth a play? So Crimson Desert continues to look good, but the CES demo that Digital Foundry looked at hasn't really changed my opinion. It hasn't really changed my opinion. Some campaigns are... The campaign has been paused and doesn't require any action to be taken for now. Why did they pause it? What am I supposed to do? That's weird. That's interesting. Manage. Okay. I can't finish the TED campaign. It got paused for some reason. Hero shooter that's not classes to you. The reason they don't feel like classes is because they have like super Apex Legends adjacent abilities. I don't know. I just don't know how to see it. I don't know how else to see a guy that can like see through walls or send out a drone that tracks players and then explodes and the players get frozen where they stand. Like I don't know. The abilities felt far more potent and far more, just far more hero shooter adjacent than like, it doesn't feel to me like classes. I don't know. I don't feel like classes are that impactful. I don't feel like classes are that strong. I feel like classes have like equipment differences and then they contribute to the game in like I don't know, that role level. You're more interested now in what game, Wheezy? Only time will tell. Yeah. My favorite Souls game is Bloodborne, followed by Elden Ring, but Demon Souls. Oh, Crimson Desert. Yeah, if you're playing on PC, what they said about Crimson Desert, you probably don't really have any concerns. You know? I would think, based on what we saw today from Digital Foundry, you're probably feeling pretty good. How would you rank Bullet? Trying to get into bourbon, and this is what I tried. A little too sweet for me and not enough bite. If Bullet was too sweet for you, I would try, I'm trying to think. There's so much bourbon. You don't try Woodford. Woodford will be sweet too, and you'll probably feel like it's sweeter, honestly, than Bullet. If you're not liking the sweetness of Bullet, I would try like a Bondstone double oaked. A double oaked bourbon is not gonna be nearly as sweet. You could also try to find one that does like a char, like a Bib and Tuck char is really good. Bondstone toasted would be really good. That would remove some of that sweetness. Because it's gonna have more of a char or a smoke. Try a rye. If you switch to a rye, it's going to have more of a grassy taste to it. It's not. That's the other problem with the rye too. Some of the ryes are pretty sweet. Woodford Double Oaked is your favorite. We actually prefer Bondstone Double Oaked now. The guy recommended it, and we prefer Bondstone's Double Oaked over Woodford. Woodford's Double Oaked is excellent though. Rye is going to give you more of like a grassy taste, and some of the ryes are going to be a little sweet. If you don't like the sweetness and you want it to have more full body, like more of a punch, you're going to want to get something that's double oaked or maybe charred or toasted. If you're wanting something with more of a spice, more of like a bite, I feel like Michter's has more of a spice to it. Yeah. I think those are all excellent choices though. Bullet also has different types that maybe you I don't know, you could have tried that might have helped. Jim Beam apple? No. He's trying to get it less sweet, not more sweet. I'm sweet enough. Golly. All right, guys, 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes and we're going to green room. I see your point about shells feeling like heroes. I just don't see the characteristics of a hero who, in my opinion, would just seem like they souped up classes fitting for the world. Old Granddad is basically gasoline. Too sweet, are you buying flavored slop? Kraken rum is my go-to. Yeah, Kraken rum is very good. That I mix that with a little bit of coconut rum. I'm probably going to have that tonight. It's really good. I'm out of bourbon. Boys. We're down to the rum. You remember how bad I was at Sekiro? You mean the game where I beat most of the bosses in under an hour? And I beat Ishin in 5 hours? What are you talking about? Sekiro didn't give me trouble at all. I feel like I played Sekiro really well. Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy stepped down. Yeah. I think she was going to The last time it was rumored she was stepping. And Arisic comes in with the 10 bomb and buys you guys some more time. Just like that. He buys you 4 minutes on top of 7. So, I'm sorry, on top of 3. So that's going to be 7 minutes. Boom. The timer extends. Little bit of a lifesaver there. And I do owe you guys a member. He just hit the milestone of 400. Well, you boys are on the doorstep now. The final 100 to getting a Friday night stream with Madam. Reacting to gaming news. Madam is, I think tonight, if we do the stream tonight with her, it might be a little later. I don't know if we might have to bump it. No, we can do it tonight. It might just be a little, might be closer to like 8:45 instead of 8:30. Who will watch those kids? We're watching them till about 8 or 8:30. So she's not going to like not watch them. We're just going to leave them upstairs. It's fine. We'll just throw some Cheerios on the floor. It'll be all right. Here's a Scotch drinker. No bigger bourbon is going to taste sweet. Oh, if you're more of a Scotch drinker, then yeah. Might introduce you in that top tier Crown Royale. If you're more of a Scotch drinker, because Scotch tastes like you're drinking like straight spicy bourbon. That's what it tasted like to me, at least. So if you're a Scotch drinker, you're going to feel like most bourbon is sweet. You're going to have a hard time finding a bourbon that doesn't taste sweeter than Scotch. Gin's like drinking gin is like drinking a Christmas tree. Drinking Scotch is like drinking spice, like right. Just whew. And yeah, I think bourbon's the best. Is it Kathleen Kennedy? You think she was going to step down last time? Yeah, I think she stayed on out of spite. I think people were celebrating her leaving, and she's like, yeah, I can stay on for one more year and make all you angry. Scotch tastes like burnt tires. It's not that it's bad. It's just way more spicy than I want. Yeah. Well, I've been thinking about it a lot, and I like what you said about the abilities in Marathon. The potency really does make it feel like a hero shooter. Yeah, I don't think it's this crystal clear definition, but I do feel like when an ability is a tide turner, seeing through a wall, right? Throwing out a drone that explodes and freezes them, a drone that makes them drop their loot, like that feels like a hero shooter to me. And I think it comes back to the potency. You drink sake. I tried sake that one time with you guys. I don't have a reason to go back to it. I didn't like it that much. It was fine. I didn't dislike it, but I have really developed a palate for bourbon. I really have. Rum is good. Sake is fine. I'm not a big fan of Scotch or gin, you know. 100% brother, because in Battlefield, the abilities are so tame. Yeah. There's a big difference between, like, being able to throw down C4 or repair a tank. That's, like, not even categorically the same as, like, looking through walls and stuff. I had to walk away from whiskey. Not only was it more expensive than wine, but it really messed with my sleep schedule if I drank too much. Oh, for sure. Yeah. You can't expect to get good sleep if you're drinking. You got to call it. You got to have, like, a little bit to relax and then stop. You know what I mean? I can have, you know, 2 fingers, I'm good. It ain't going to mess with me at all. I'll go beyond that, and every time I'm like, I sleep like crap. You can't just drink liquor. So we've tried a bunch of different drinks over the years, like, you know, old fashions and stuff like that. And I've just gotten to the point where I'm like, just give it to me neat. I don't even need it to be on the rocks. I don't need ice. Just neat. Thank you. Like, all these drinks that we've tried over the years, these mixes and stuff, I'm always just kind of like, I'm like, yeah, it's fine, but I just prefer it straight now. You know, I don't need all this other stuff. You the bitters and the putting an orange slice in there and this, that, and the third, and orange liqueur has just such a it's just such a potent flavor. So many drinks call for it. Orange liqueur is like, ugh. I feel like I'm drinking an orange peel. I just can't do it. I feel like I'm drinking orange, like, cleaner or something. And a 5-bomb comes in from Haseo, and he buys you guys a little bit more time. Just like that, the 2 minutes left becomes 4 minutes left. We'll see. We will see. You guys, it certainly could happen. You guys either need to band together or get the big boys in here. That timer's going to hit 0. It's going to happen. Nice job, Haseo. You guys should say thank you to Haseo, man. He's been coming out the last couple of weeks, working that count. You only drink gin and tonic now? Yeah. That's not mine. Can't do it. I look at heroes as a personality with a distant equipment kit, while classes are the player choosing an archetype to play, as I don't think it has anything to do with the abilities. To me, it's not even worth getting into the definition debate. It's more about how the game plays, and I think that's how people are going to experience it. I think they're going to experience it and feel like, yeah, this is a lot like a hero shooter. That's just my opinion. You know, I think that's going to hurt it. I think that's gonna make people feel like it's too familiar. It feels too derivative. A lot of what they've shown already is just borrowed from other games. It doesn't. I didn't see any today. That was kind of my big takeaway from that video. I didn't really see anything new or original. I just saw things we've seen before in other games. You know, they're just like buffet style grabbing ideas and mechanics from other games. That's just what it feels like to me. Like they were kind of the trendsetter with abilities and stuff, and Nova Bomb and this, that, and the third in Destiny, and now they're just like grabbing from everybody else's homework. Get Lono on some Sambuca shots. I don't do shots, bro. I'm not in my 20s. I'm in my 40s. 40-year-old. I ain't be doing shots like some, ready to retire cop or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't do shots. Ardbeg Wee Beastie's become my go-to. It's a 5-year scotch. It's like drinking a saddle that's on fire. That sounds terrible. That sounds truly awful. Shots of NyQuil. Yeah, if I'm not feeling well, maybe. It certainly is not as derivative as High Guard. I think that's fair, Zinthos. The reason it doesn't feel as derivative, and a 20 bomb comes in from Riddish at the buzzer. I owe you guys one. Every 5 is 2 minutes. So that's, 8? All right. Now we've got ourselves a 9-minute timer. Boom. Look at that stay of execution from the man himself, Riddish. And I owe you guys a membership as he skyrockets you guys to 425. Our little makeshift subathon here will keep the stream going. If the subs keep hitting, I got no problem with that, man. You guys, that's on you. We've had a great day. We've had a great week. You guys want to keep it going? That's fine. I got no problem with that at all. We got plenty we can do. We can keep talking about how Zubair is wrong about everything, or we could talk about hero shooters. Balvine 4. We talk about bourbon. We've been talking about bourbon. I'm fine with that too. Balvine 14 is also very good. Super smooth. Yeah, right now, I've tried enough to know that like bourbon's my go-to. You know what I mean? Bourbon's my go-to. I've got some favorites that I like. We're not buying it that much anymore. We're kind of trying to tighten up. Your analysis on Marathon is very well put. We would know how the audience would get it. And X-Cal bumps the line by 1. Thank you so much, X-Cal, getting us to 427. Appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, but I tightened up a little bit. I'll buy something on the cheap, or if there's like a sale or something right now. And a 10 bomb comes in from Risic, and that is another 4 on top of a 7. That takes the timer to 11 minutes, just like that. A little bit more. Thank you so much, Mr. Risic, the man himself. Dude got an amazing picture for my kiddos in his coffee order. And a single comes in from Stone Spire to bump the line by 1 to 438. Stone Spire is probably trying to bait that 10 bomb to 450. You guys might actually pull this off, man. We might actually have... I'm going to tell Madam, like, Madam, you're about to have the night off, and these boys, they rallied. Jiminy Christmas. We had a good week for her to react to as well. Like, it'll be interesting to see what she thinks. And Joker Quinn comes in and helps, and he adds to the total, along with Stone Spire, and gets it to 440. There it is. There's that 10 bomb dunker setup. We will see what we can see. Thank you so much, boys. W. Risic, that's right. W. to Riddish, that's right. These guys are killing it right now. And then the single gift that's come in. Madam has to pull a shift tonight. Yeah. Listen, I think that's fair, y'all. I think that's fair. I don't know about this whole 250 and you get me thing. I think we should just do what we've always done and be like 500 and we have a Friday night stream. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really work without Madam. What am I going to sit in the chair and do? Do what we did all week already? You know what I mean? I'd be happy to, like, if we hit 250, maybe hang out in the Discord with y'all or something. If we're booting up, making a thumbnail, making a stream, there needs to be a reason. You know what I mean? There needs to be a reason. Having Madam react to gaming news, I think that's a pretty good reason. Let's suppose that Marathon doesn't bomb. Will you play it or try it out? Oh, no, I'll definitely try it out. For sure. Oh, yeah. And a single comes in from Risic. You can react to the week's news? How am I going to do that? I've already done that all week. I need to grab a bottle of Woodford Double Barrel before the price goes up over here. Why is the price going to go up? Friday night without Madam's meaningless? Yeah, we've hung out all week and talked gaming news. Yeah, I'm going to be real with y'all. I think that's what we're probably going to do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not about to go boot up some public stream. For future, that'll be the call, I think. You guys hit 250, sure. We'll hang out in the Discord and yuck it up for a bit. You hit 500, we'll do the normal thing. We'll bring Madam. I think it's awesome. Like, having her react to gaming news is freaking hilarious. The stuff she comes up with is ridiculous. Oh, wait, are those 5 singles? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 singles. We should count those as well. Yeah. Here, let me bump it. So right now, that should buy 2 minutes to set it to 10. There we go. Yeah, singles should count too. Here's a challenge. Keep it at $4.99. He's not going to be able to marathon. He's banned from the RIP. I ain't going to be banned from RIP. That'd be the most ridiculous thing. I can't see them doing that. And a 5 bomb comes in from Lone Wolf. Boom. 456. He adds another 10 to 2, I'm sorry, to make it an 11. There it is. And a renewal from Xanatos. Ha! I agree. Keep it simple, 500, and you get the stream. We're happy to support. You deserve a day off occasionally. Appreciate the 41 months, Xanatos. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for jumping back in. Well, that's what we did all last year. Yo, Biatch coming in with a 5 spot and gets us to 450. Not only do I have to add 2 more minutes here, so that's going to be 12 and 30. 12 minutes, 30 seconds. I owe you guys a member as well. That's a new milestone. That's 450. YouTube really showing up today. Bless you, thank you. 120 to 14. Come on, Twitch. You guys got to put out that bat signal to Mr. Pork Pie. I got banned from COD and just move over to Steam. It's per game. It ain't per game with... Well, it wasn't per game with Destiny because I had cross save or whatever the frick it's called turned on. Yeah. It's ridiculous. What's ridiculous? What y'all talking about? Oh, UK they're making it harder to drink and go to pubs? Oh, for frick's sake, man. I was gonna say, I haven't been shopping for bourbon in a minute. We stocked up, and then I was like slowly moving through our stock up. I don't think prices have gone up. Let's check. Okay. Lagunitas is still the cheapest IPA I can find, and they're really, really good. But let's see here. Bourbon. Oh my gosh. And a 50 bomb comes in from Rissick. Jiminy Christmas. He secures Friday night like an animal. He also secures you 20 more minutes. Jiminy. That's, what is that, 30? That's 30 minutes on the clock. Boom. Good golly. That's a farty bomb. Gank says, let me hop on YouTube and thank the homie. Yeah, Ganks was really wanting that. He was like, this is my birthday. I want that Madam stream. No, Bank Street's on sale for 30. That's a great bourbon instead of 33. These are all normal prices. Yeah, our bourbon hasn't gotten hit with the price bump yet. Yeah. Let's go, farty bomb. That's right. You guys hit 750, and I'll do, community game night tomorrow. We'll probably have to do that in the Discord, though. Yeah, looks like bourbon hasn't adjusted here. So. Does Feed still get a membership? I haven't got one in a very long time. Feed gets gifted on Twitch more consistently because people can click on his name or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that, Jason F. Sometimes it just rotates you guys out. It just rotates you out and you just don't get any. I left with 2 minutes left. We got this turned around. Oh, yeah, dude. People stepped up. People absolutely stepped up. That's crazy. Target acquired with Feed. Yeah, Feed gets targeted over there on Twitch because people can click on his name. Yeah. The Twitch just needs to bounce back because we took that time off. We're going to slowly work on the sub points over there. I even started saying I'd be happy to do IRL streams when you guys hit certain goals. Like if they hit the 500 sub points on Twitch, I'll do an IRL stream for them. If you guys get the 500 member plus on YouTube, I could do an IRL stream with the members over there. And if we do that on a Saturday, I would leave it up for like a day or two, but I'd have to take it down. Like we can't leave members content on the channel right now. But right now we have like 450 people on Member Plus. So if you upgrade, you could help us work on that. No, I've not seen the Twitch Blue Sky integration. Okay. What time is it? 4:25. Okay. Tom Henderson says you can really tell who got invited to the High Guard event and who didn't with all the takes about marketing. I mean, is it that simple? Is it that simple? I don't know. Stream on Twitch. Set your live stats on Blue Sky and the badge in your avatar tapping your taste. Oh. I mean, I don't even use Blue Sky. I secured the username and was like double posting, but like it didn't seem like much of a purpose. I don't know. I have 376 followers over there. I don't know. I don't think that platform's ever going to do much for us. Yeah, there's Feed right there. His name's Mark. He's in the chat. That's Feed. I don't know if you guys want to try and get him. I mean, go right ahead. Go right ahead. You know, bouncing that member count back is greatly appreciated, man. I've this week I've said it there, and I'm doing my best not to focus on it too much because I don't like it hijacking the show. And today I felt like we had a great show, and now y'all are going nuts, which that is greatly appreciated. Trust me. Is there a High Guard event? Tom Henderson seems to be indicating that there was an event. There's some kind of a capture event. And, yeah, apparently he's saying it's clear who got invited and who didn't. What happened to the feed name? YouTube keeps frickin' changing. They keep changing how they show y'all's names. It's a little frustrating, but yeah, they keep doing it. So now it's back to like your username instead of your handle or some dumb junk. I don't know why they keep doing it. YouTube keeps resetting it, so I quit bothering to update it. They changed it, and then they changed it back, and then they changed it again. I'm not sure what they're doing. I'll be honest with you, they don't really tell us. They've just decided to start doing stuff, and they don't really tell us. I was never told why that changed, why it changed back, and why it's changed again. We've not been told about a lot of this stuff lately. I'm not sure what the deal is. They usually tell us this when stuff's coming ahead of time to prepare you guys, and I don't know. A $5 super chat from Rissick. He says, tell the star of the Friday night stream, Madam, to bring the jokes and the burns tonight. To everyone, you're welcome. Best channel in community. That's very kind of you, Rissick. Thank you, my friend. That really breads my butter. You got to bread the butter, y'all. You got to bread that butter. You do. I can't believe I said it twice. You said it so confidently. Yeah, I was so confident. The fact that they don't tell creators is wild to me. They tell us when it's like a big new feature, but like there's just stuff they did last year they just never told us. We just found out. Some of it we found out from y'all, like when they started, showing people members content even if you're not a member. We found that out from you guys, from like users reporting it. They didn't tell us they were doing that. They never explained why your guys' usernames changed. I remember them preparing us for that. They said we were going to switch to handles. I think that was like a year and a half ago or something. And like everybody had to get ready. And so we told you guys and we knew, And then all of a sudden they just changed it. And then they changed it back. And now they've changed it again. And a lot of you guys went in and changed things so that it would look a certain way. And then they changed it again. So I don't know. I'm not sure what the thought process is. They haven't explained it to us. I don't know. Not sure what are they trying to prevent impersonation or something? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, they got the clip. They got the clip of me saying bread's the butter. That's good. It's a good clip. We should get rid of these random numbers. You should be able to go into your settings and change it. I'm pretty sure you can. Your handle is your @ but I don't know. I feel like a bunch of you guys changed the last time. You changed because of whatever they did, and then they switched it back. And I don't know. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know. I don't even know what it's showing me now. I think it's showing me your user name and not your handle? Or I think it's your handle because it's got the @ in front of it. I think it's the @ I don't know. The @ just grinds me. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't look great in chat either. That's, when it comes to live streaming and chats, they're, they're doing their best. Bless their heart. They're doing their best. What if What if we change everybody's names and what they look like, put an @ symbol in front of it? That would be good. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, what if we switched it and switched it back? I don't know anymore, boys. I don't know. I don't know. I just work here. I'm not in charge of anything. They are. Oh wait, they unpaused the TED one. All right, hang on. I got to do this. I got to do this sponsorship. Where is it? We got to watch this video. I don't know if this trailer is going to have swear words in it or what. I don't know if it is. We got to watch this thing for Twitch. These are easy ways for me to get like quick sponsorship deals. So I appreciate you guys kind of indulging this. Let me pause my music.
Can't believe we're halfway through senior year.
Yeah, time flies when you're stoned 15 hours a day.
I'm gonna go to college, having never had a girlfriend.
Hey, what about Erin? She's single.
Never happened though. She doesn't date dorks.
Hey, you never know. Maybe she's sick of guys with lots of confidence, chiseled jaws, and huge dicks.
There you
I
go.
don't think I've been this high before. Do I have human feet right now?
Oh man, she's so hot. I wish we could call one of those numbers.
You want to?
So what's your fantasy?
I'd touch your boob.
Oh, God!
Teddy, cut it out. You're hurting her.
Oh, shit, is it too much? I'm just trying to have fun.
Whoever made these calls, know this.
I'm kind of surprised that this is on Peacock, but I guess now Peacock's not like normal over-the-air television. I don't know. Like this is interesting that they chose to do this based on like the topics and the content.
Most masturbators are caught within the first 48 hours.
We're
Jiminy Christmas!
Run, Johnny! Oh, jeez.
You're an adult now. That means responsibility. Teddy, dryer's done.
Jesus Christ!
Teddy, what happened?
Next time you start that thing, fucking knock first.
This sucks. The same loser I was the day I walked in here.
That's what growing up's all about. Making mistakes
Am I lesbian now?
I'm going to bed. And letting your mother fix it.
No more mistakes for us. Hand me that bong. You and I are now adult members of society.
Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Have you ever played D&D before? I already fucking hate this.
You're a real pal, Johnny. You know that? Now, would you sit in Blair's car and be my lookout while I have dirty bear sex with Mrs. Robachek?
Teddy, it would be my honor.
Johnny! Johnny! Johnny, start the car!
What the fuck is that?
Big purple dick! Go, go, go! We gotta get the fuck out of here!
All right, we're not watching that one a second time because I keep it safe for work. I had no idea the trailer itself was going to be so crazy. It is Ted. I thought as a TV show they might tone it down a little bit, especially on Peacock. I guess not. Anyway, I love that the sponsor says the stream is sponsored by blah, 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 blah. It says show off the product. It says keep it family friendly. How the frick? How do you keep that family friendly? It's a trailer for Ted. It's sponsored by Peacock. All right. In 1994, and senior year of high school is underway, Ted, the foul-mouthed teddy bear, and his best friend, likable but awkward John Bennett. I will say the actor did a really good job of sounding like Mark Wahlberg. Like he's doing a pretty good job sounding like him. So I'll say that. Good Lord. Maddie's a blustering blue-collar Bostonian who sees himself as the unequivocal boss of the house and frequently clashes with his liberal niece. Susan is kind, selfless. So they have like all the different character things here. Here's the important part. Stream the new season of Ted on March the 5th of Peacock. All right? So if you guys are wanting to watch that, it's on Peacock on March 5th. Yeah, definitely not family friendly. Definitely not safe for work. I'm actually kind of surprised that the trailer was like that. Like the sponsorship literally says keep it family friendly. So I thought we'd be good. I thought it'd be a little a little off color. Maybe they would bleep the swear words. I guess they didn't. if you want us to remain family friendly when we, run a sponsorship like this, maybe make sure the sponsorship itself is family friendly. So I have no issue with the show. I kind of have an issue with that element of it. Like, you shouldn't you shouldn't have that written in there. I thought we were good. I guess not. Anyway, we had Peacock for a while, and I actually really, really liked it. We used it for Alfred Hitchcock's Presents. We used it for the Kentucky Derby. I've had good experiences with Peacock. Their service is great. We had no issues with it at all. The one time I kind of even went to cancel it because we weren't using it as much, they gave me a really great deal. So definitely check that out. New season of Ted, March 5th on Peacock. So, yeah, Ted's a TV show. It's basically a prequel. They're going back in time to his senior year, is what they're doing. So, that's the goal. Thank you, Sean Torius, with the Member Plus. Let me add you to the total. We're at 502. You guys nailed the goal for the week. If you can manage to hit stretch, you don't have a whole lot of time left. If you can hit the stretch goal, which would be bonkers and greatly appreciated, I'll do an extra stream tomorrow night. I'll hang out with y'all. We'll do like a community game night or something for the members. We will do that. Hang on a second. I can't find where this thing's running. Is it completed already? You have no active campaigns completed. Okay, that one's completed. All right. Threaten to cancel, save money. Got it. Yeah. Yep. This man sounded like the announcer for the TV show. For real. I don't know if I could watch that much Ted. The shtick gets old. I feel like a Ted TV show could work as long as you have like a cast of characters that are like playing well off of each other, right? It can't just be the main character and Ted. Like, it can't just be the two main characters. You need a cast of people that are bringing the humor and bringing the fun and bringing the chemistry, right? If it's just mainly the two of them most of the time, I think it'll get long in the tooth. I think it'll work if the supporting cast, can bring the humor and bring the fun. So, let me do something here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to pause this. I didn't anticipate us doing this. I need a quick break. Let me pause this really quickly. Appreciate you guys a lot hitting that goal. You guys are incredible. Continue to support the channel and all of that. So we are gonna take a quick break, but I'm gonna pause the timer because you deserve all the extra time. That's fair. It was something you guys did with the memberships. So give me a quick second. I also need to make sure there's nothing on the porch because there was something on the porch a little bit ago, and sometimes the ring's not notifying, but I got buzzed by it. So let me go check the front door as well. All right. What do you mean a Ted TV show could work? I'm confused. That's Ted season 2. I think what people are saying is for them. Like, would it work for them? Like, would they like it? Here, let me resume the timer. There we go. Like, I was responding to him saying, I don't know if it could work, or I don't know if I could watch it. Sorry. I think I just kind of repackaged it. I wasn't saying that it couldn't work. I was just sort of saying, like, it could work as in if you're going to think it's funny, or it might land on you if the supporting cast is really good. Obviously, like you're saying, if the second season is booked, you know, people are liking it enough to watch it and it got booked again. Doesn't necessarily mean, though, that he's going to find it funny, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was responding in the context of what he said. Yeah, I wasn't trying to insinuate that it's not working or something like that. What day is December? Okay. Okay. All right, we got 10 minutes left. We're going to go to Green Room into the Discord. You guys bought all this extra time, so thank you so much for doing that. Obviously, if a big dog shows up tonight during the stream with Madam and goes crazy, I allow that because sometimes people can't be here. So we've had that happen a couple of times because the Friday night stream is a public stream, okay? So 8:30-ish tonight. It'll be a little bit later, you know, probably closer to 9. Madam and I will boot up, hang out with you guys for, you know, a couple hours or so. Usually just having her react to gaming news, and it's a really good time. Great way to end the week and kind of celebrate. So appreciate you guys hitting that goal again this week. And we do another thing for members that's consistent pretty much every day. We hang out in the green room at the end of the day, usually until about 3 p.m. Eastern, where we kind of book the next day's shows. On Friday, we usually aren't doing that because a lot can change over the weekend, so I typically don't book. I don't book Monday on Friday. And yeah, it was a great week. This is solid middle of January week, honestly. It's January is tough. It's a tough month in this business with the gaming news and content creation. You guys made it freaking awesome, honestly. Next week will be probably even better with the Xbox Developer Direct. Those are usually really, really fun events with you guys. So I'm looking forward to it. Back to work. All right, see you later, Cisco. If you guys aren't in the Discord, if you're not cashing in on your perks in the Discord, make sure you're doing that. Do. I'm scrolling through the feeds now. Seems to be mostly just about like Resident Evil and the responses to it, for the most part. Nothing major happened today as far as I can tell. Maybe want bourbon now. Luckily, it's a 3-day weekend. We're fresh out right now. I think I'm going to be, like I said, using the Kraken tonight. I'm trying to be a little bit more frugal right now. I still have about 20 to 30 call-ins to cash in. Maybe I'll use them in 2026. 20 to 30 call-ins? Huh? Discord perks? Where is that listed? Embark is permabanning PCs now for cheating. Not sure if you covered it earlier, but Peanut had a big rant about it last night. You're telling me are they hardware banning peeps? Is that what they're doing? Nintendo Lite 2? Why are you saying that, Perfect Image? Has that been leaked or something? I've not seen anything about it. I got Four Roses right now because I'm trying to do the same thing. Four Roses has a single barrel that's really, really good. Oh, when you had Collins, I never used them. Oh, that was back in the Destiny days. Excuse me. Yeah, my buddy really, really likes a single barrel. He says it feels like it gives it a more like robust taste because they're not putting in other barrels. So he really likes single barrel, and there's a Four Roses single barrel that he had me try. It is really good. I mean, I will readily admit that. It was extremely good. I very much enjoyed it. You see my last comment? I think it's important news to support groundbreaking deal that could change things with Netflix over time. I don't pay any attention to. I don't cover that or pay attention to that stuff, man. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen people talking about, wanting it to be blocked, stopped, or whatever the heck they did the one time. Yeah, I don't cover it or talk about it, dude. That's not what we do here. It's like TV platform acquisition. It's like not even remotely in line with what we cover here. Embark are doing perma bans. They're doing hardware bans. What was Peanut saying? Wait, what's going on? Is Future Game Show doing a show right now? Huh? Future Game Show will return March, June, and August. They did something with Erika Ishii and Doug Cockle? When did they do this? No, not that deal. Off topic. Michael Jordan will be on the cover of NBA 2K this year. His 6th appearance, which is fitting to go along with his 6 NBA wins and 0 losses. Huh? Is that... What are you talking about? I don't understand. He said, I think it's important news to support a groundbreaking deal that could change things with Netflix over time. What the frick are you talking about? I don't see a comment from you about that. Before that, I just see you talking about Michael Jordan. I see you talking about Kathleen Kennedy. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. A potential new Switch 2 model has been discovered on Nintendo's website. It turns out the new product code has been added for Switch 2 called OSM. This is not the current console, as the BEE is the product code. Potential Switch OLED coming for Switch 2. All right, boys. 4 minutes left, and we're going to Green Room. The comment earlier about Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Homie, I don't see a comment from you about Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. I think YouTube ate your comment. That's why I was so confused. I don't see it in your chat log. I think YouTube ate your comment. Maybe it was too long. I've legit scrolled through your chat log twice now. I don't see anything. I don't see anything you've said about that. Yeah, maybe you typed it in the wrong chat or something. It was literally just a few minutes ago. Yeah, homie, I'm clicking on your name and I don't see it. I'm scrolling up in chat and I don't see it. I think if you type too long of a message, YouTube will literally eat it. It won't show up for us. You'll go up and see it and we won't. Hans Zimmer is going to be doing the score for the Harry Potter show. That's a score. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck made a deal with their latest movie, The Rip, that just came out, and if it does well, everyone gets paid a bonus, including the crew. Okay. I don't understand. You think I should... What do you want me to say about that? I don't cover stuff like that. I don't really even have a comment. I don't know enough to comment on that about how those people are typically paid. What does that mean for... I don't have anything to say. I'm so lost. That's so outside the realm of what I know about and talk about. That's way out there, brother. I'm not sure what it is you're trying to say, unless you're just spitting, like unless you're just shooting the bull, to be like, yeah, you know, this is kind of a cool thing that happened because we're just kind of passing the time. I thought you were like wanting me to comment. I'm like, homie, I don't have anything to say about that. Movie stuff's usually discussed in green room. I don't mind getting off topic when we're this extended. That's totally fine. I thought he was wanting me to comment on it. I'm like, I don't have anything to say. I'm very, very bewildered. It's not something I'm very educated on, like at all. I was letting everybody know it's a good movie and it supports something that changes how Netflix does deals for crew and cast. Okay. I think it was also really confusing because your comment didn't come through in chat. So that was another thing that was very confusing about it. I was like, I have no idea what it was. Like, this is a weird way to phrase it, but it's like, what do you want from me? What do you want me to say here? Yo, Nitro with a member plus renewal, 503. Not enough at the buzzer to extend. There's 10 seconds left. Thank you, boys, for a huge week. That countdown, I'm watching just in case anybody's going to lose their mind here at the end. Okay, we're going to go to Green Room. Y'all are the dadgum best. If I don't see you in the Green Room in the Discord, I hope I see you tonight for the stream with Madam. Thank you guys so much for a stellar week. This Friday, this was just such a fun show, man. Almost 5 hours. It didn't feel like it at all. Thanks for the lively discussions and the lively debates. I appreciate you guys so much. Get in that green room, man. You're a member and you're not cashing in on it. All right. I'll see you back here on the channel in about 7 hours with Madam. We'll have her reacting to gaming news. All right. Take care.